Good morning. We are the Weird for Good. It's not just Child's Play panel. Thank you for coming out this morning. I know that Sunday morning of PAX can be a little bit tired if you've been here all 4 days. Hopefully you've been using all your energy, playing games, trying new things, talking to new people. The purpose of our panel is to introduce you to some opportunities you might not know about, and to promote the idea of blending hobbies and skills with community service and other beneficial actions. Some general rules for our panel. PAX's first rule, behave yourselves. If you need to move closer, if you're having a hard time hearing, just let us know. If you need to move. We're going to have questions kind of in the middle and again at the end, so feel free to ask us questions at those times. There's a mic here in the middle, in the back. The panel's being recorded. I want you to not be scared to ask us questions, so the mic is over there. And I want to address the question that I got perhaps the most when I was trying to find panelists to join me was, why are you phrasing the title like that? Why is the title Weird for Good? Maybe you should word it differently. And two things. One, I'm stubborn, so no. And two, weird isn't a bad thing. When I was 8, my cousin and I was complaining about, oh, I wish I were normal. And why my cousin was so intelligent at 8, I don't know, but he was like, why do you want to be normal? Normal's just average. Why don't you want to be amazing? 8-year-old him is right. Weird isn't a bad thing. Boring is overrated. I'm your panel host. I'm K-Ray Arts on Twitter. I'm K-Ray Arts pretty much everywhere. I am probably the least impressive person on my panel. That's not my job today. My job is to keep things going. And that is my cat tax for not being the most interesting or cosplay person on the panel. Oh, and Jack, if you'd introduce yourself.
Yeah, of course. Hi, my name is Jack Lowe. I'm a representative from the Rebel Legion and the 501st. I've been cosplaying seriously since 2019, which is about when I joined the Rebel Legion as well. And we do a lot of different charity events as well as come to conventions like Fan Expo as well.
Mink?
Hello, I'm Mink the Satyr. I am also a cosplayer. I am here representing on behalf of two organizations. One of them is Heroes for Hire in New England, which is ironically a group of cosplayers that are not for hire, but do, I know, it's a weird name. They do a lot of charity events that are very kid-centric around the greater Boston and greater New England area. In addition, I am representing Zombie Leader and his branch working for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, which is a very obvious charity. It's for leukemia and lymphoma.
Okay.
I'm Travis Erickson. I'm the executive director of Child's Play Charity. And, oh, you know what I totally missed?
What?
You did what everyone does, was just spell my name wrong. So if you take a picture of that, but you want to email me any questions about Child's Play, it's S-E-N. Because my last name is all Norwegian and all messed up.
I was
But
going to
that's
say,
okay.
that's the Swedish spelling.
Yes.
You're Norwegian.
Yes.
I'm Norwegian too. What's
All
up?
right. I have an older son named Odin, so hey, I just lean all the way into it.
Lucky.
But we'll talk more about Child's Play in a little bit.
Hi, I'm Angela. I am the Boston Guild Volunteer Vice President for a charity called Extra Life. We raise money for Children's Miracle Network hospitals all across the US and Canada. And what we do at events like this is the Boston Guild will set up a booth, which we are downstairs, right around the corner from Child's Play, so you can hit both of us at the same time. And we get gamers started with their own fundraising pages so that they can raise money for their local Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
Angela, if you want to start talking about Extra Life first, just
All
a little
right.
bit about the broad
Sure.
strokes of it, how people can find you and stuff.
Can do. So like I just said, we raise money for Children's Miracle Network hospitals. We do that by setting gamers up with fundraising pages. So when you sign up with the charity, you get a custom URL, and it's basically an online donation portal that you can link to Twitch if you stream. If you don't stream, which we get a lot of, you can share that link out to friends and family, put it up on your social medias, harass your friends, and basically take any gaming that you're already doing, and if you're here, I'm willing to bet you're a gamer. Take the gaming that you're already doing and put a fundraising aspect to it. So we like to akin it to like a walkathon, where you're doing an activity and you're raising money at the same time for this activity. We have a great flagship event that we call our 24-hour game marathon, first weekend every November, where gamers all across the country are playing games for 24 hours, usually 25 hours, because it falls on daylight savings weekend every year.
That's a smart place to put it.
It's super smart, right? And we play our games, and we harass our communities, and we raise money for our hospitals, and we have a lot of fun doing it. So you can join us in Discord. That's me again. That QR code and the link will bring you to the Boston Guild Discord channel. So like I said, we're downstairs where when you're coming down the escalator, we're right on the left-hand side. You can't miss us. We have a lounge down there, and we're just hanging out, talking to people about their games. Join us in Discord, even if you're just curious about it. There's always people in there talking and chatting and giving fundraising tips and organizing game days, and just really, I'm biased, but we're a great community. We're like a little family. So you're welcome to join us in Discord. If that doesn't work, I have a QR code with me here. You can catch me after the panel.
So I'll give just a little brief history of Child's Play because I think our founding story is wonderful. Child's Play is coming up on 20 years next year. So we were founded in 2003. The sort of weird but good title fits Child's Play's founding, I think, sort of well as well. In 2003, and like often, I mean, we just saw a rash of video games are bad and no good being the story that is permeating the news. And in 2003, there was a local story published in a Seattle newspaper that Mike and Jerry, Gabe and Tycho of Penny Arcade, took great umbrage to and said, this is the worst. There's always stories like this. Let's just force the news to have to make a good story about gamers. So entirely out of spite for the news that was covering gaming as it was, they invited all of their fans to donate toys to Seattle Children's Hospital. And in 2 weeks, in November, they raised over $250,000 worth of toys, made that delivery to Seattle Children's, got the news coverage locally to say, hey, look what gamers did. They did good things too. But from there, really saw the response in the community to having a place that can show that gamers do give back and that games are good and helpful. And so Child's Play at this point is in nearly 200 hospitals all across the globe. We work with the community to fundraise to get games and technology into the hospitals so that they have them available, so that things like VR kits, you can see here, this was me at one of our hospital visits, are available for patients. But the other thing that Child's Play has really started doing in the last couple of years that has been exciting from when I joined. So I started in 2016. I can't take any credit for sort of this movement. We were on this on this path. But along with getting the equipment, Child's Play has started to teach the hospital staff how to use games as an intentional part of therapy. So in the way that we all know, and everybody at PAX has that understanding, that when you're feeling really depressed, you turn to this game and it helps you feel better. If you're really anxious, here's a game that can help you feel less anxious. When you're sad, here's your go-to games. Teaching the hospital staff how to integrate games into an intentional part of therapy so they're not just turning them on and walking away and leaving a kid has been our big push in the last 5 or 6 years now. Time's a continuum, who knows anymore. But one of the things that we're really excited about, and Boston Children's is one that we love being here and always getting the chance to visit them every year, is funding pediatric gaming and technology specialists. And so these are people inside the hospital who their role is to take this equipment and put it to best use. So they're playing games with kids. They're helping doctors understand how to use AR and VR during therapy and things like that. And so we last year were able to fund a second game tech at Boston Children's and have them be available to be able to play those games bedside and really help push forward the use of games as an intentional part of therapy. And so we've been able to fund, oh boy, if I count this year, I think we're at 38, almost 40 of these positions now. And so Child's Play has been at the lead of creating this whole new profession inside children's hospitals that is taking what we love, games, and it's everything. They're doing board games, they're using D&D, they're bringing video games in, they're using VR, they're using 3D printers and everything above. If you had a chance to go past Child's Play's booth and have seen our Omnibot, we saw over the course of the pandemic these Omnibots become super important, and I always tell people it's just a segue on an iPad if you haven't seen it yet, but it has given children the opportunity to do things like walk at graduation with their peers while they were stuck inside the hospital, attend museum visits with their classmates. And we, Thursday evening, were able to bring a patient in Seattle Children's to the expo floor at PAX, take him around PAX we had Garrett, who's the first game tech we funded in Seattle Children's here, and the second game tech we funded in Seattle Children's Forest was back home with Geo, and we had Robo Geo cruising around the floor, checking everything out. He's got a huge box of swag now that we get to send back to him. And so our game techs have been at the forefront of figuring out how to put this technology to use, and especially in the last 2 years with the pandemic, things like the Omnibot and telepresence has become so important, and there just wasn't a person inside the hospital pushing that forward. And so for us, it's been really important and an important part of our mission to have those people in place and start to see now hospitals trying to figure out how do they do it without Child's Play's funding, because you all are wonderful and support us at amazing levels, but our money is not infinite, so we always have to tell somebody no at some point. And we've seen the desire and need for these positions grow so much that hospitals are starting to figure out how to do it on their own, which has been our goal all along. So it's been really exciting. Gamers, gamers raise money. So if you want, one of the things that we put together is a therapeutic video game guide. So if you swung past Child's Play's booth, on either side of it, you'll see a breakdown for games that are useful for pain and games that are useful for anxiety. But we have an entire guide put together to help hospital staff understand the key components inside games that can help address different symptoms that kids are dealing with. It's interesting when you look at it because we say symptoms and then the first two things in our guide are short-term and long-term boredom, but it's helping hospital staff understand the difference between a waiting room game like a Peggle or even a Mario Kart that you can kind of pick up and walk away from versus a long-term game like putting a Final Fantasy or Breath of the Wild out there where you never really get to get into. And if they don't know that difference, games can end up in the wrong place. But if you text game guide, one word, game guide to 51555, you'll get a code to download our game guide and can check the whole thing out.
Yeah, and as a parent, that's where like my little piece of the whole talk about the game guide, because I think it's not realistic to expect everybody to understand what every game gets categorized, because there's just so much, which is great. I'm old enough that there wasn't a lot of games at one point. So it's great to have variety in your interests on top of kind of classifying it by therapy, but more for me as a parent and from an educational standpoint, you kind of have to, what is my time frame? What is my energies? So I like the game guide. Mink.
Hello, I am Mink again. Hasn't changed since the last time I said hello. I'm here to talk about two particular pieces of the cosplay world that you can get into if any of you are cosplayers. And I'm looking at the audience. I see you. I see you cosplayers. You can't hide from me. If you're looking to get involved in your community and give back while still using your interests like cosplay, there are so many opportunities out here, especially if you're local to the greater New England area, which is what I'm going to be focusing on. The first organization I want to talk about is Heroes for Hire, which I mentioned earlier is a weird name because it's a non-for-profit organization, and they are quite literally available for anybody who's looking to add cosplayers to their charity run. It's vetted through a woman who's actually got her PhD, so she's a smart cookie. But companies or events that are doing charity runs that are looking to have superheroes or Disney princesses or other princesses that are not affiliated with a mega corporation, for some random non-specific example, they can come into these events and help promote people attending these charity events. And that's what it's really all about. Some of the recent events that we've done is we've done some work for various autism charities. We've been doing a lot of focus on BIPOC and LGBTQIA, especially during the pandemic, where those were two areas that needed a lot of support. Those were two domains that our nation was really gripped in a lot of controversy with, and that was where Heroes for Hire really liked to shine by either doing things remotely or doing things in person, sending cosplayers to help make these charity events more successful by encouraging attendance and encouraging people to donate to these causes. On the other side of things, if you're looking to get involved in something where you're a cosplayer or a creator and you are not necessarily representing Marvel, like myself, who's representing Pokemon today, I joined forces with an individual who refers to himself as Zombie Leader. He had a family member many years ago who was dealing with leukemia and lymphoma. And as a result, he personally became very invested in LLS, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. He is part of the Connecticut Hudson Division, but under his flagship, he's been steadily collecting cosplayers who want to go to conventions specifically to help raise money for LLS. A lot of what we do is just, again, we're cosplayers who are bringing people over to the table and just saying, like, come on over. If you have any money to spare, please, donate. We will take literally like $1 a quarter. We will take what we can. Steadily throughout the years, so far, Zombie Leader, officially as of today, so y'all can clap and snap for it, just raised $250,000 lifetime for LLS. I know, isn't that so exciting? We're so happy. And I was really excited. It was like, oh, we're almost there. We made it today, so this is really, really exciting. Zombie Leader is absolutely over the moon about it. If that is something that is more your speed and you are local to the greater New England area and you'd like to get involved, you can message me. I can get you in touch. Heroes for Hire and Zombie Leader both have Facebook presences. So all you have to do is just get in touch with those Facebook links. They're easy to spell because they're words that you know how to say. They are wonderful sources to get involved. All you have to do is reach out. They're always looking for people to help out. QR code up right now is to, it's actually to my Twitch stream. I do a lot of streaming, and I ultimately do a lot of streaming for charity stuff. Actually, I wind up doing a lot of charity streaming for Extra Life. Yeah, thank you for the claps, I appreciate you. But if you're looking to just get connected with some more charity cosplay opportunities, please hit me up on Twitch or any of my social medias. I'd be happy to redirect you to places that could fit what your niche is.
Thank you, Meg.
Helps if I turn on the mic, sorry.
And I also want to mention that I also have worked with Zombie Leader in the past and as Vote Loki, and it's fantastic. It really is an excellent charity group to be a part of as well. But today I'm here to represent two groups, the Rebel Legion as well as the 501st. Now, you might have heard of us before. We're often associated with Star Wars, of course, and that's our main get. We're affiliated officially with Lucasfilm, so they help us in terms of making sure that all the events that we're going to are approved and aren't for profit. We have to stick to nonprofit things, so it's in the same vein we are asked to come to various charity groups, or if you're having a community event in the area, you can request our appearance, and we're more than happy to ask our folks to sign up and attend. It's a lot of fun for us as well as everyone who goes. The group started in 1997, 501st specifically, when two individuals, Alvin Johnson and Tom Cruise, decided to get together and just wear a couple stormtrooper outfits to the re-release of the special editions of Star Wars, the original trilogy. From there, they saw how much interest was from that event and how excited people were to see actual stormtroopers in person, that it grew from there quickly as people asked how they could become a part of it as well. Since then, and even since the Disney acquisition, it's only grown from there. Both the New England Garrison, which is our local chapter that covers all of New England, as well as the Alderaan Base, which is our local Rebel Legion chapter, both started similarly in the last 10 to 15 years as offshoots from the New York garrisons. Since then, we've been to all sorts of places. We love coming to Fan Expo and Rhode Island Comic Con are our two big ones that you'll see us at. We like to raise money, especially for charities like the Peter Mayhew Foundation. But we're happy to do anything where people want us to show up. We do a lot of library events. You can see us at the occasional hockey games, Fenway Park. We go to the Star Wars night as well. And it's a really great group to be a part of, and it's very easy to do. It just takes the work of creating one of these amazing costumes. The way you join is by, first you got to pick who you would like to become and which character. We have lists of what each costume requires to be considered a complete kit. As you can guess, for someone like the Mandalorian, there's quite a few pieces when compared to, say, like a Jedi or an Imperial officer. But the standards are different depending on which character. So it just takes a lot of tweaking and making sure to get it just right. And all it takes is a sewing machine and a 3D printer, and you can get a lot of work done that way.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, there are also lots of resources with the 501st for if you're trying to break into that aspect to help support and polish your kit. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. We're very supportive and inclusive in terms of trying to help get your costume as screen accurate as it can be. There's whole forums dedicated to individual characters. Like all the information I got to make Din Djarin as accurate as possible. Took about 1.5 years, but with friends and support, it was that much easier because we collaborate all our resources. No one is very stingy with it. There's a wonderful plethora of 3D modelers out there who help make it that much easier.
And if you noticed earlier, there was more costumes than there are members. And I know you are part of that duel where you have more than one costume.
Yes, yeah, it's very easy to start going, oh, well, maybe I'll do this one and I'll do this one. And it's very easy to say, take a Han Solo pattern and make your own custom outfit for Batuu. Because, it's part of the reason why we do this is we love giving that feeling of being in the middle of Star Wars, to see it yourself. And it's nice when you get to also experience that yourself down there. I actually had a little kid come up and take a photo with me because she thought I was part of the Disneyland crew. And of course, naturally, I'm like, oh yeah, take a photo. Wait, hold on, I'm not affiliated with these folks. I can't really do that. But that's like when you see a Darth Vader or a C-3PO or a Chewbacca or this guy, it's something else, and it never gets old when you see the look in like a little kid's eye.
Thanks. My requirements for doing GISH are so much less than that. GISH stands for the Greatest International Scavenger Hunt, and we do a lot of things. There's something for everybody, and it's a scavenger hunt that you enter by submitting photos or videos of a completed task. So it's not so much find a thing scavenger hunt as create a thing scavenger hunt. So sometimes it's public art. Originally, it started out as Misha Collins, the founder of GISH, doing a puzzle. So there is now, when it went from a puzzle game to GISH, it became more. And there just keeps being more and more options of what to do within the hunt every year. So if you're analytical or very spatially oriented, the puzzles tend to be what you might gravitate towards, while your teammate might do the cosplay item and somebody else might do the community service item. But there is always a fundraising item, and there is always a community service item. And that's actually how I got drawn into doing this. It started as part of a Supernatural fandom spin-off, but that I had not even seen the show. I had a friend go, "You're creative, you like doing new things, you're willing to talk to new people." And that's a key. You might not like talking to new people, but it is always good, no matter what you're doing, to be willing to talk to new people. That is how you get more people into your hobby, into your fandom. A lot of the time, people just need an invite to accept the fact that they are welcome in a space. And it's really, really important that we do that with whatever it is that you love. Share how much you love it. Invite somebody that you find enjoys your hobby. Our most recent Change a Life item is the fundraising portion. And it's not how much your team spends, it's how many people that are not on your team can you get to join in the fundraising. And that's a very interesting spin-off in it. It makes it more accessible to people. It becomes fundraising and awareness more than who has more resources themselves, which is a very important thing when you want to have a low bar of entry for people. It's like all of these charities. If you have $10, they are happy to have your $10. It does not have to be $100 or more that you donate. And if you have nothing to donate, spreading the word about any of the charities that you enjoy, that you are happy with what their mission is a big deal. The spring book bash hunt has raised over the $69,000 is in US dollars. It's 52,300 pounds, I believe, currently. If you find the fundraiser. So in addition to that change of life, we also raised funds for medical equipment for Ukrainians trying to flee or who had gotten over the border, because a lot of people, if you had mobility issues, trying to get out of a war zone becomes that much harder. Or you got out, but you have no equipment to then go where you're supposed to go. So every charity organization, every fundraiser that GISH does, before they release it into the wild as a hunt, they do the background and verify the charity. And I want to remind everybody that fandoms and your skills and your hobbies are not just what you see up here. There's all sorts of stories out there and storytelling that happens. So you can take that and find people who enjoy that too and start doing stuff. I'm going to open the floor to questions or comments at this time. There is a mic over here in the corner. If you are super shy and do not want to get up, just raise your hand so I know where to look, and be really loud. Thank you. Can we get a round of applause for the person, for the first person to stand up? I appreciate it.
Hi, my name's Julia. I'm not from the Boston or New England area. I'm from Philadelphia. So do you know of any resources in that area that I could get involved in, or that I could spread awareness in that area?
So I could probably answer to that. So Extra Life, I'm obviously a representative of the Boston Guild. I'm local to here. But Extra Life, as a fundraising arm of Children's Miracle Network, works with 170 hospitals across the US and Canada. So every hospital that's part of the Children's Miracle Network has an Extra Life Guild. So if you like to play games, there is a hospital down in Philly, I think it's CHOP. They have an Extra Life Guild. Actually, we know the guys down there. They're super nice. So what you can do if you're interested is go to extra-life.org and sign up. If you want to talk to somebody first, you can reach out to the hospital and say, hey, I'm looking for the program director for Extra Life. What they can do is get you in touch with the guild. They can help get you set up. They can get you any resources that you need, introduce you to other people down there that are doing it. I'm sure they have a Discord server as well. But that's the great thing about Extra Life, is that we're everywhere. We have fundraisers all over the world because people need care and people have kids that need care. So for Boston specifically, we have people that come from all over the world, but we have 170 hospitals in the network, so we probably have somebody somewhere that you can join up with.
And I'll say the same for Child's Play. CHOP is one of our partner hospitals, but I think a lot of the charities that you'll see that are here at PAX are with digital and virtual fundraising being the main source of how our fundraising is done. It allows you to support a hospital in your area, support, in Child's Play's case, 200 hospitals all across the globe. When you raise money for us, you can designate the money specifically for CHOP if you were doing a fundraiser for Child's Play. But there are lots of opportunities outside of just finding a piece here. I am more than sure that the Boston area has a 501st.
Oh yeah, there's plenty more to the 501st and Rebel Legion, as well as the Mandalorian Mercs, than just the New England area. Like Alderaan Base, New England Garrison. These are just the chapters from this local area. But I'm sure there has to be one in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area, because I know some of those members. So if you're ever interested in the Star Wars charity groups, there's also folks down there who are just as nice.
The best thing you could do for 501st in particular is to find their social media, so Facebook. Contact the social media page and they will redirect you to the chapter in your area.
Yeah, exactly. And there's the Rebel Legion has a website, rebellegion.com, and there's also a 501st one as well, and they separate it by chapter as well, so you can find by location.
And if nothing else, if you make contact with somebody in the 501st, it does not matter where in the world they are, they will help you search because they are enthusiastic about what they do. So Meek getting the correct contact information was actually somebody that I gish with, who also is in the 501st, but in Toronto, Ontario. So,
Oh yeah, it's a big whole network. We're more than happy to figure out where to get you.
Thank you.
There are snack bars down here.
yes, if you ask a question and you want a granola bar, please take one.
Oh, so that's
It is Sunday morning.
That's incentive to come ask a question. You get a free snack. First of all, my name is Kira. Hi, Mink. Tell Brianna that I say hi because I'm her old roommate.
I love that we all know each other.
Yeah. Second, my question is for Child's Play. Do you ever experience any kind of pushback for bringing video games into hospitals, and how do you kind of deal with that and any sort of negative stigma that might come with it?
Not particularly. One of the reasons I think when Child's Play started, there was part of that stigma in getting things in, and Child's Play over the years from 2003 to 2015 helped bring a lot of games in, and as more and more kids have game systems at home and things like that, that's what they're asking to do when they're there at the hospital. So the part of the hospital that Child's Play supports is the department called Child Life. And if you haven't ever had time inside a hospital, the distinguishing fact between a children's hospital and adult hospital is the Child Life department. Both hospitals have doctors who diagnose you and nurses who treat you, but the Child Life staff is there to help children understand at an age-appropriate level what does their diagnosis mean and what do their procedures mean, so prepare them for blood draws and MRIs. But they're also there to help normalize life as much as possible for the kids that they're taking care of. So keeping them on track in school, but also providing them opportunities of play. And so they want to be able to provide them age-appropriate opportunities for play that the kids want to do. They don't want to put things on them if they're not interested in them. So they become the people who are responsible for taking care of video game systems. So a lot of our pushback is just, we don't know how to do this, help us. We visit a hospital and we found out all of their Xboxes are broken, but they're broken because the controller in room number 1 ended up in room number 5. And what I know as a Child Life specialist is I hit that center button with an X on it and the Xbox turns on, and it's not working in 1. And when I go to room 5, it's also not working, so let's take both these off the shelf and put them away. And so we have become a real center. We try and be the hub for them to turn to us for questions about gaming and technology. And every now and then when we show up, we'll get sort of the screen time, like, oh, kids just want to do this. And it takes just a quick second because their focus is so much on taking care of their kids to remind them that, when you have the kid who's laid up in the hospital because his leg was broken in a car accident and he can't move, he's in a full body cast, and all he wants to do is lay on the bed and play FIFA all day, it's because he can't get outside to go play soccer. But this lets him keep that connection to the sport that they love to do and they want to go do. And so it's little things like that that help them go, oh, you're right, this is a different situation. But tools like the game guide also are really important to help them see that games can be used with an intentional purpose behind them. And so helping educate them that there can be this positive impact to using the games really quickly converts even the biggest doubters into, okay, I see here. And they might feel, very different if they went home with their own children and how much screen time or games they'll let them play. But seeing it in that situation in the hospital has been very positive.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Hi, so
I appreciate the questions.
So my question is actually kind of Extra Life focused. So for context, first of all, my name's Mike. I've been doing Extra Life for maybe, I don't know, I've lost count how many years I've done it, maybe 4 or 5. But most of those years were with a group of friends, kind of like a fan group that we all got together. It was, one person's house and we were all there and we could easily, do like a 12 or 24-hour stream, like all a group of us. Obviously the last 2 years that didn't happen because there was just it was not feasible to do like a group of like 10, 12 people in a single house and all this. So I've been trying to branch out more, kind of doing more solo streaming on Twitch to get my, my donations in for my personal page. And I am, I've done a couple of streams this year, not I've actually not gotten any donations during those streams. I've gotten other donations since then, but still, and I know we have the the game day in November, but like, how do I kind of make that transition from, I started with this group of friends and it was easy because it was all of us and they organized it. I just showed up and played the games, and now I'm like trying to get that kind of presence, just myself or myself and my partner, however that is, to just like, I don't know how to sum up this question, but hopefully that kind of, you get what I'm trying to do.
Like how to make that transition into solo fundraising and make it successful.
More or less, yeah, because to be honest, I have no idea if we're going to have that group do a game day this year. And I mean, we're in April now, so that's what, like 6-7 months out. Usually we start planning this early.
Right.
And assuming there's not going to be that kind of event, like how do I, do you have tips for, like making that transition to like solo, or at least,
Yeah, absolutely. I actually have a similar story. I started Extra Life going to a friend's house. He opened his house for the weekend. We'd do a bunch of games. We would stream an Axis and Allies game for like 8 hours every Saturday morning. And then it slowly transitioned into just me and my partner playing games at home for our marathon. First of all, thank you for the 4 or 5 years of fundraising. We really appreciate it. One of the best things to keep in mind is that even when you're streaming and you're talking about Extra Life and you're not getting any traction on those streams, you're still making it known that you're raising money, so you're getting those donations in the off hours, right? And you're still spreading awareness, and you're still talking about Extra Life and getting people who don't know what it is to know what it is. First suggestion is to not be hard on yourself if you're not really getting that traction right away. I would say don't neglect online groups. Don't neglect just support from your friends and community when you're in those streams. So, sharing it out to your friends and family, hey, I'm gonna be streaming, if you can stop in, if you can, send some friends to stop in, because I know Twitch is kind of awful for giving people tools to promote themselves, right? So the more viewers you have already, the more viewers you'll get. So relying on those networks that you have. Are you guys in the Boston area?
We're in New Hampshire, so we're technically part of the Portland Guild because we
up in
fundraise
Northern?
for Barbara Bush.
Awesome,
in Portland,
okay.
So, and we're in that group, and I'm in the Discord specifically for like the Portland Barbara Bush, like them.
Yeah.
So they're great and they're awesome and they're great resources, but there's still, I feel like there's more I could be doing to support myself.
Absolutely. I was going to say they're wonderful guys up there too. Getting into a Discord, getting within the community and fundraising, crowdsourcing fundraising tips within your community would have been my next tip. Definitely also come down to the booth later. I am just one. I don't stream a ton. I do a lot of physical games, but we have streamers who stream regularly who can also get you some more ideas, But don't be afraid to rely on your community, and don't be hard on yourself if it takes a while, because it takes a while.
And honestly, the community is some of that, like, I don't have the community, I don't have the viewers on my personal Twitch to be like, so your suggestion of kind of working with what I do have is appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, and build up from there, and it'll take time, but that's okay. Mink, do you have any ideas too? Because you stream for Extra
I was
Life.
actually going to volunteer some of the wisdoms that I found from doing a lot of Extra Life streaming. Is never underestimate the power of if you're a maker, making things on stream. So for a game day during the pandemic, I made a similar to my helmet, Cubone helmet, for the stream with the intention that somebody who donated to my Extra Life campaign was going to get the prop that I made when I finished. So I did the entire stream, was just making a helmet, and then when we were done, I was like, thank you so much, I'm gonna run an algorithm to tell me which donation is gonna be the person that takes us home. And the person made, I think that particular person made like, just a tiny donation, but that was all it took. And from that stream alone, I think we raised something like $500 from just that one stream in a series of several streams that many of my friends and I were all doing simultaneously. I will say doing charity raffles is great if you're not a maker, doing giveaways while you're doing streams to help get people interested in Extra Life, or even just as an incentive, is a wonderful way to get people excited about donating to Extra Life, because at the end of the day, the worst case scenario is you don't win a prize, but you win having given to a children's hospital. So everyone's kind of a winner here. My last little piece of wisdom is that Twitch does partner with Extra Life in
Yes.
that they do have incentives that you can do on the Extra Life end of the website, so that if you raise a certain amount while you're streaming, you will do X, Y, or Z. And don't be afraid to get silly with some of those incentives. I've seen people do some great things. One of my friends has hit an incentive threshold where now he has to do a stream as a cat maid. It's fun to get silly, but these are ways to get people involved. And you'll see on his stream, it'll be like, so-and-so just donated $25, go cat maid. You know, it's these silly ways are ways to just get people interested, invested, and charitable.
Thank
I
you.
absolutely second that, like, silly, think outside the box, be creative kind of thing. Have you gone through all the steps of, like, linking Twitch to your donation page and?
Yep, and I also have a Facebook fundraiser, so I
Awesome.
sometimes get,
Awesome.
you know, donations from, you know, family and friends on Facebook and stuff like that. And the last thing I'll say before I pass the mic off, I am not a maker, but I am a musician. I'm a trumpet player, so I've
Oh my God.
kind of thought,
Use
like,
that.
maybe, yeah, like there's a wonderful website that has like video game music for like any instrument. So I'm thinking maybe there's some kind of way I can, like, hey, if you donate, you can pick a song from this list, and I may not be familiar with the music, but I'll try to noodle through it, and like, you know, that's some kind of incentive there. I've
Absolutely
been
come
thinking
down
like
and
that's
chat with
maybe
us later.
something I can do.
That sounds
Thank
great.
you.
And your question was, directed specifically at Extra Life, but I'll throw it out there from what we see as Child's Play is too, just to validate everything that has been said, is one, don't get wrapped up in the numbers. As was mentioned many times, the smallest donations have as big impact as the big donations. They really do. So not looking at that, going like, oh, I see these other ones bringing in all this money. And then also just thinking about letting it grow over time. Think about your group that you started with, and sort of when you did your first fundraiser, how that probably wasn't as big as where it was when you guys ended before the pandemic came in and closed it all down, right? Is it takes that growth over time. And so we get people who ask Child's Play all the time, how do we make a desert bus happen, right? It's our largest fundraiser that happens, and it started raising just a couple $1,000s. And this last year raised over $1 million in its 15th year, but it's been 15 years to get to that point. So don't beat yourself up over the slow ramp. Those are the best ones. Those are the ones that have the stability to be able to last for a long time.
And one thing I'll add is, you probably had an easier time coming up with things to talk about, to joke, to content that comes up during the content that you're creating. Don't be afraid to think about like, okay, what could I talk about? Are there some topics that I could share out that would keep people engaged? Putting like a vote for this person or this person to kind of like get people to come in and want to engage with that a little bit more. And also, those friends of yours, I'm sure you all can still like get together on Discord. That we have that audio connection to them, even if they're not there on the couch with you. You can still have a lot of that banter without having to be physically in the same place.
Great, thank you.
Hi there, my name is Sparkle. I've been doing charity fundraising for about 5 years now, including over $14,000 raised for Boston Children's Hospital.
Thank you, Sparkle. We love
4 years of
you.
Extra Life. I also have done some through Trevor Project, and I'm a member of the Good for Gaming stream team. But even with how popular I am across all social media platforms, I still run into this issue when doing some fundraising through Tiltify, for example, which I know Child's Play uses. People still are hesitant to make donations as it asks for credit card information or using PayPal. Does anyone have any advice for how to continue to encourage those donations or encourage cash donations so that those donations are still received?
I can, when doing Gish, sometimes because it's worldwide, it's international, we will have different things that we fundraise for where links don't work if you're across a government firewall and things like that. So in the community, a lot of the time, somebody will say, I have a problem, and Gishbot, the official Gish will say, okay, here's some things. But as a community, we are really good about going and finding, here's a physical address to send a check to. Here's the online donation page to that same charity. It's great when it counts for us because it is a competition, but at the end of the day, if we don't get credit for the donation, but we still know that we are a person who sent you in the right direction to make a donation, that's how we as a Gish community have dealt with that, is to try to remember that we're trying to connect the person with a way to donate. So Tiltify is great when it works, but if it's not working and you can find a direct contact for whatever group you're donating to, that's one way around it. I don't know if anybody else.
Yeah,
has had
I
that.
was going to say the same thing for Child's Play. We get checks from people's grandmas who are like, my grandchild is doing this fundraiser and it makes no sense to me, but here's a $25 check in the mail because they were doing a thing, because they don't want to use, or don't have the credit card to put in, or don't want to use the PayPal, or whatever the case may be. So yeah, finding the charity that you're working for, that you're working to fundraise for, finding their physical address, having that be available on your fundraising site with clearly a link that leads back so that people can see. So you can link back to Child's Play's website. They can see that it's our address there so that people know. And I guess the one sort of piece to precaution you, one of the things we always precaution fundraisers is make sure that you're doing that part and pointing them to it so that you don't end up, we have an unfortunate story of a Discord group that collected money through one person and then they just disappeared. And the group reached out to say, hey, we didn't ever really hear back from Child's Play about how this donation went. And we went, I'm sorry, we don't know anything about it. And so there's always that concern. And then there's also just the concern that becomes weird tax implications when you get all this money given to you that you then turn around, because technically it becomes income, and we want to make sure that you stay on the right side of the IRS and things like that. So getting them directly to the charity, finding virtually every charity will have a mailing address that you can have them send a physical check to. Don't have them stick dollars in an envelope because that's weird through the mail, but at least a check is safe.
There's also no reason why you can't just reach out to the charity directly. Many of these charities will have a person whose literal job it is to help facilitate these connections and answer those questions for you. And you mentioned that, for example, you've done charity with Trevor Project. I know for a fact that they have representatives, extra syllable in there, that are on staff to help you with exactly that kind of question.
I was going to say, don't be afraid to reach out to the individual charities, because they can even get you information that you can pass along to your donators to say, yep, this is how secure this website is. This is how secure this portal is that we're taking donations in. So if people are iffy about credit card information, like Extra Life uses Donor Drive primarily, right? Donor Drive is not shy about saying, this is how we know our platform is secure, and then you can pass that along to the donators so that they can feel confident donating and knowing that their information is not getting taken or anything.
I think they also use Tiltify either internationally or Canada, or it's not an option.
Extra Life we're experimenting with Tiltify currently.
So Tiltify was granted Extra Life last year. It's there, but still most of the donations go through Donor Drive. It is still an option, though, for those that prefer Tiltify. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Abby. I'm actually part of the Rebel Legion with Jack, which is a really fun time. And I know that each time we go out there, there's always some sort of moment where you're like, oh, yes, this is why we do this. And I'm a story person. So this isn't a question for anyone in particular, but if anybody has had an experience of oh, this was an amazing little interaction that I had by doing this, I would just love to hear an experience you had, or a child that you interacted with that was that just sat with you where you got to walk away and you're like, yes, this is why we do this. I would love to hear anything like that.
I'll go first, because Gish is really, really wide variety of what it does. And it's two things come to mind. One is when I go into a new place, especially if it's not my normal, like, greater Boston radius. And I see the take a note, leave a note things, because we did that whole notes for kindness. The first thing I did ever with random acts of kindness was writing notes and leaving them on bathroom mirrors that were positive. And so when I see them and I go get coffee somewhere new, or I go into, somewhere where it's taking takeout and there's one there, that makes me feel that way, because not only did somebody go in that maybe was a gisher and do that, but you also had a manager of whatever the establishment is who bought into this act of random kindness. And that really makes me really happy when I see something that we did through Gish or through random acts that's out in the wild. And a lot of the time we share those with each other out in line. Hey, there's this thing, and it's not us, but this is an us thing. It's like if you do cosplay and you see somebody who's done fantastic cosplay, even if it's not your slice of the fandom, you appreciate, you know what passion and energy went in to do that. So that makes me really, really thrilled. And the other one is I've met people that I would never have talked to. I have never met my teammates face to face. I am friends with an author now, and Phoebe and I have never met face to face. She stopped doing Gish and had, just sent us, as the whole community, a message of support. And I reached out and started talking to her, and now we have this back and forth that I find really fulfilling. So seeing stuff we do out in the wild is great, but also like connecting with other people, especially now. I don't know why, when you get to be an adult, sometimes finding new community as you grow is difficult. And this is a nice step for me.
I think as a volunteer for Extra Life, I don't have a specific story, but in general, my favorite part of doing this, of running the booths, of being a volunteer, getting other people into it, is about 60% of the time people will come by the booth and, yeah, I've heard of Extra Life, yeah, I fundraise, or they're interested to sign up. But sometimes we'll get families come up to us and say, yeah, we don't, maybe they fundraise directly, maybe they don't, but they come up to thank us because they have a child that went through Boston specifically, but whatever hospital you're working with. And Extra Life in the Boston area, 100% of the money that we raise goes to the Every Child Fund at the hospital, which helps to fund programs that are maybe not covered by insurance, or like supplemental lifestyle programs, or like a couple years ago, we funded the position for a child life specialist at the hospital. And hearing these stories of, we had, our son or daughter at the hospital, and the work that Extra Life is doing is really making a difference there, those stories stick with you forever. It's the best feeling.
I'll throw mine. I mentioned RoboGeo already. I mean, there have been lots of hospital visits and kids that I've met and families that have just loved on us for being there with Child's Play. But it's been a couple of years since we've been able to get in, and it has been a part that we've really missed. We generally spend our summers between PAX East and PAX West as a Child's Play staff getting our hospital visits in. And so it's been a couple summers since we've been able to do that. But being able to have Geo come to the PAX floor, and Garrett was telling us after the fact that he is normally a pretty nonverbal kid who doesn't talk much. And he was driving himself around the floor. If you haven't seen it, you've got to come by our booth and see this Omnibot. But he has the control to drive it on an iPad. So he's in his bed in the hospital, driving this robot around the floor, just oohing and awing, and everything is amazing. And he's talking to the people in their booths. And Garrett said, in all the time that he's known Geo, this was the most he'd ever heard him speak. And he's known him for years as a long-term patient. But just having that, and having this sort of random, kind of dumb experiment that we tried at PAX of like, what if we did this? Could we drive a robot around PAX and like have a kid come? That probably could work. That could be cool. But to hear the impact that had just for him, just Thursday evening of an hour of him zipping around and talking and interacting with people where he doesn't normally do that even inside the hospital setting was super fun and heartwarming for us.
We're short on time.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate everything you guys do for the communities.
But I just want to point out this list. People think of, especially at PAX, kind of video games, tabletop games, cosplay. And I just want to remind everybody, there are other things that we do that fit nerdy, geeky. If you are enthusiastic about it, take that and go find something either by yourself, if that's what you prefer, or go contact them and say, hey, is there somebody else who's already doing something? Is there something I can do with this? This list that I've had people help me make, I've asked for about a month. I was like, what other than this thing that I know you do? What else do you do? What else, is there another group? Is there another hobby? And Lasagna Love is baking lasagnas. People need that. If you've ever had surgery, if you've had mobility issues and everything, there are times where you just can't get out of your house. Having nothing to do with the pandemic and having totally to do with your own body, your own mobility, your own resources. And I know in my town, it's Neighborhood Brigade, which has chapters around the country. Heroes for Hire,
Zombie leader. You got
Zombie
it.
leader. Okay, I do. You know, there is something in kind of every realm. Fanthropy I had never heard of before this week, and somebody was like, you know that people run, right? And I'm like, I have friends who run the Boston Marathon, yeah. They're like, well, it's different than running the marathon and raising money that way. It's you start out with a fan group, and that's how you find your running group, is you find people who have things that they like in common with what you like, and that's your running group, which I thought that was really interesting. And I would not have heard that. I am not a runner, and I think it's great. Crit Roll, there is a New England Critters group. They were meeting here at PAX. If you love D&D, reach out, ask them. You can reach out and not be jumping in. Reaching out and asking questions of these groups, or going and checking and finding out more, seeing if it fits for you, is great. Sometimes I find if it's local to you, it's kind of harder to find things that might be really niche, but they exist. And if they don't exist, you can find a partner and go make it exist. This panel is that. Anybody could do it, somebody should do it. And 3 PAXs of somebody should do it. Somebody reminded me, actually in 2 places, tap, 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 you're anybody. If anybody can do it, you're anybody. Do it. And it's okay. It's as long as you do something promoting, active, or otherwise. I want to thank my panel today. Is there any last comments, any last promotion, really, really quick, that anybody wants to do?
Just come find both our booths. We're like side by side.
We're
You can get
super
us
close. You can get
knock
both
us
of us
out
at the
in
same time.
the same trip.
When in doubt, get in touch. We are all here and ready to give you links and whatever you need to get started making a difference in your community.
Absolutely. Yeah, Rebel Legion, 501st. If you need any questions answered, please let me know.
Thank you, everyone. If we
Thank
can
you
have
for
a round
coming.
for our tech. Thank you, everyone.
That's my man throwing down.
everyone. I didn't have to try? Okay, that makes me happy. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hope you have, hopefully, wow, it is Sunday. Hopefully you have had an amazing time here at PAX East, whether it's being on the floor, going to different panels, different shows, buying all the merch. Hopefully it's been everything that you wanted and more, because we've all needed it since this Panda Express. If you don't know who I am, hello, my name is Omega Jones, also known as the Critical Bard. I am a full-time content creator on Twitch.tv. I am a professional actor and vocalist out of the Midwest. I'm a host, moderator, hot mess incarnate. If you ask, I do it, honestly. It just is what it is. And today is a very fun panel that I put together with an amazing squad of content creators here. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna call them out, and they're not gonna like it, and that's a-okay. But this panel is very special because it's about a concept that many people are scared of, and we want you to know that you don't have to be. And that's simply variety streaming and what that even means. Before we introduce this group, there's just a couple of things I just want to lay down. This is about an hour-long discussion on the concept of variety streaming and how you can navigate this idea to potentially better your experience as a streamer. However, we are not the end-all, be-all of voices on this subject, but our lived experiences hopefully can educate and motivate you on your journeys ahead. As you can see, we are all melanated up here. Therefore, there isn't a level of additional weight added to our voices, as the experience of the marginalized streamer will always differ from the experience from a non-marginalized streamer. However, we all are doing this together, and we hope that our voices and our thoughts can help fuel you in your content creation journeys thus forth. Also, we will be doing a Q&A about the 15-minute mark. So please, when that time comes, ask a question, not a dissertation. This is the last day of the panel, and we all want to get out and have a good time. Right? Right. So with that being said, we're going to introduce the panelists. The question is, do I want to start on the left or the right? To the left. Starting over here with Blizzbear. It's on, don't touch it.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Blizzbear. I'm introducing myself, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
First of all, introduce yourself, your pronouns,
Okay.
please, who you are, what you do, and something special. I don't know.
Okay. Hi, my name is Blizzbear. My pronouns are he, him. I am a variety content creator. I mostly stream on Twitch. I do a lot of gaming here and there. I'm mostly just chatting, but I also tend to dip my toes in true crime streams and Lego building streams. So I know a little something about variety. I know a little something about how to gain an audience, trying different content here and there. Something fun about me. Sure. I'm a Pisces. That's fun, right? Okay, sorry. That's toxic. Sorry.
And he will ban you on site. Next up is my lovely Milady Confetti.
Hi, I'm Milady Confetti. My pronouns are she, her. I am now moving toward variety away from a game called Dead by Daylight. We will not discuss that at all.
Yeah, we will.
But I am a fog whisperer with DBD. I am a cosplayer. I'm a full-time content creator. I am a host, public speaker, and also an activist.
Let's go.
Fun fact about me, I have never been struck by lightning.
I would hope not. Moving on to my right, the effervescent, pleasantly twisted. Effervescent. Push the button.
Push the button. My other one was on already.
Oh my gosh.
I'm tired. I'm so tired. Okay, so hi, hello. I'm Vanessa, and I go on Twitch and everything by Pleasantly Twisted. I am a part-time, I have to concede that I'm a variety content creator. I'm a variety content creator. I just play a lot of the same genre, but it's still variety. And I do hosting. I do a little bit of charity work as well. I do DEI, I do consulting. Honestly speaking, I do too much. So I'm trying to figure out when to put sleep in my schedule.
That part.
And then I am a Leo that is probably going to side eye a lot of stuff because that's just my default response on a lot of things. Is just to be like, You say what?
We're doing our zodiac.
Did you not hear Blizzard say he's a Pisces?
I didn't mean to start that trend. I'm so sorry. So.
Oh my Jesus. And I go by she, her pronouns. This is me in a nutshell. That being said, this is the full resume.
I would like to unfortunately announce that I am a Scorpio.
Wow. Last and certainly not least, someone I have been so blessed to just know more of. She is a boss, and you need to know everything about her. Kiwi on the sticks.
Hi. Do I press?
No, you should be
I'm
on.
good. Okay, I'm an Aries. Let's get that out the way. I am a variety streamer on Twitch, and I have a background in mostly like party games, and I used to play Twitch Sings a lot. I don't know if anybody remembers that game, the karaoke game. I used to love that. I used to sing my heart out playing that game. But I have so many interests, and one of the reasons I wanted to stream on Twitch is because I wanted to kind of merge all the different things that I like to do into one little like nice, neat package. I am from California originally, but I am based in Boston now, so I've been around the area for a minute, and I'm really happy to be here and get to know everybody better and talk to you guys about stuff.
Heck yeah. And I did not mention it, I am a Libra. It is what it is, and I will punch, no. I do want to preface that, yes, a lot of us are Twitch streamers, but there are other streaming platforms, and this can, be applicable to anything, whether it's Facebook gaming. Any Facebook gamers out there? Maybe no, okay. Any YouTube gamers out there? Oh, okay.
Oh, we got one.
Nice. Any mix? Never mind.
Not the CP.
Already?
Strike that from the record. But we're all here to talk about this simple concept. So, what is variety? Variety is a word that is thrown out a lot in the streaming sphere, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, gaming, or Facebook. In our space, it can mean a plethora of things. Sir Google defines it as the quality or state of being different or diverse, the absence of uniformity, sameness, or monotony. The question I have for you all is, how do you define variety for yourself and your content?
I have to think about that.
That's
I
a
actually
good
have to put
question.
hands on the head for a second. Well, because the part of my intro that I said is that I just recently came to terms with the fact that I'm variety, because I thought that I wasn't variety because I play predominantly Metroidvanias and JRPGs, and that was it. And I didn't really think about the fact that there's still a myriad of things even within those two genres, because I started out with Darkest Dungeon, and then I migrated over to Dead Cells, and yes, I have gone to the Motion 2 booth. Yes, I died multiple times. It's okay, we don't want to talk about it. And I started out with that, and I said, you know what, I feel like playing Persona 5. And then that took up 2 months of my life.
Oh.
And it was great. I loved it. I got my platinum on it. And then I got P5R like I needed another platinum. And from that point forward, I was just like, I realized that the variety itself is in the differences of the games that I'm playing and the different types of energies that they bring and the different ways you can kind of deliver it. Because I always start my stream with like a just chatting segment. That already kind of makes things different because I talk about game news, I talk about all the updates, or I talk about nonsense that I see on the timeline because that's always just funny.
Yep.
He said, okay, I'm focused face. I'm focused face. And then after that, I usually will do things, and I like to talk about game design a lot. So it allows you to really get deeper into why is Dead Cells completely different than Rogue Legacy, which is completely different than something like Tunic. Because a lot of people like to say it's a Souls-like, and then you get to see horns grow out of my head, and I scream and yell about how everything's not Souls-like. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. You gotta stop this, y'all.
You're not wrong.
And I was like, you gotta stop this. They said Death's Door was a Souls-like, and I about lost it. Anyway, I think I got some feedback, so I'm gonna move a little bit. But what made me realize that it was more variety was really just all the different ways that I could actually deliver that content for people to consume. Because they aren't just showing up to watch me play a game. Some people are. But more people were showing up to be like, oh, I want to hear your concepts and your feedback about how these iframes work. I really want to see how you react to the art style in this. How do you feel about this story? And I keep it buck with everybody, and I'm just straightforward. And it makes for a good conversation, and it really helps you think more about the games. But that's variety gaming for me. And then I go play Bloodborne, and I say, I want to beat this no-hit, and everyone's like, you are actually out of your mind. I'm halfway through it.
You're doing something I would never do, so.
I'm halfway through it. I do Bloodborne lessons if you want them.
You hear that? She does Bloodborne lessons if you
Please do not
want.
do blood lessons. No, that is not. I'm not that level of evil. Please do not come to my stream for blood lessons. No.
But I mean,
I think, oh, go ahead.
I just want to say that she had a good point, though, that, variety is literally what you make it. And I think people are so quick to, it's interesting how you try to make a very open, broad concept into something so pin needly. And it's like, it can be what you want it to be. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say variety for me is, because I think, so this year, in the new year, I actually I only had one New Year's resolution. It was to break away from Dead by Daylight. Because I think the entire time I've been streaming, I would go on and solely play Dead by Daylight. Before I did what I do now on YouTube, it was just strictly Dead by Daylight. My TikToks were Dead by Daylight. My life was Dead by Daylight. And it was just too much. So I think variety for me is not limiting myself to just one lane or just a niche. I think it's very anti-niche, and just, exploring all of the lanes that I like to do, that I want to do, challenging myself to have new experiences. I think I find the most joy when I set a challenge for myself, and then because a lot of times I'm scared. I'm scared all the time to choose something new, but I'm like, I'm gonna do it. And typically what I was fearing in my head was nothing. It was just, I was just trying to talk myself out of stuff. But I think it's not limiting myself to a particular niche just because it's popular, just because it brings the numbers. Because, when you break away from Dead by Daylight, a lot of those views and those followers and stuff leave. Mm-hmm. So then what are you gonna do? What is left? And Milady Confetti is not just the Dead by Daylight person, it's not just the cosplayer, it's not just the TikToker, it's not just the YouTuber. I have many lanes and I thrive in all of them because that's what I achieve. That's what I set to do, and I do it.
Period.
What I will say about variety for me, I've always been afraid to get stuck in one lane. So I started my career wanting to do variety, playing a lot of different things. I think I started with dungeon or roguelites mostly, and then tried to do Stardew Valley. I sticked with Stardew Valley because it's just my comfort game at this point, and then tried to do Dead by Daylight. The Dead by Daylight community was not nice to me, so
I'm so sorry.
I somehow always get bullied in some game, and I'm like, why are y'all mean? It's okay. But then I started branching out more. I wanted to do more content that wasn't just gaming, because there's so much more to Twitch that isn't gaming, like the arts and crafts section, or makers and crafting section, where you have Lego builders. I'm obsessed with Legos now, and that's something I just started this year. Or someone who I kind of look towards for true crime, Big Boss Bose. I started doing true crime on stream, and I was afraid because I'm doing new content and the audience can drop from that. But what's really cool and what I've cultivated, which I'm very thankful for, is that I have people who are willing to just watch me. It doesn't matter what game I'm playing. And Pleasantly Twisted said it before, they want to see me experience new things and how I react to a storyline, or how I react to a crime case, or how I react to building a Lego globe, stuff like that. And it's really cool to be in this type of community and have cultivated this at an early stage. So
I mean, yeah, it's very important. It's I'm going to get into it a little later, but it is true. You switch your content, and you're going to see that people that you thought were there for you was actually there for the thing that you were playing, and then they leave when that game goes away or that content goes away, and it's scary. But I mean, you are still the content creator, and you still have to push forward in some way, shape, or form. So how do you do that? Before we head on, anything you wanted to add to that, Kiwi?
So, first of all, everyone said really great things that are super valuable and close to my heart, because I also feel this way about these things. Variety streaming is a lot about what kind of experience you want to provide for your viewers and for yourself. And so that's kind of how I approach my streams in general. It's like, what do I want everybody to feel today? What do I feel today? How can I make sure that we're all kind of getting this feeling via whatever conduit, which is the game that I'm playing or the activity that I'm doing? I think it's important to keep in mind that my mask is coming off. Sorry.
Oh, it's a demon, it's fine.
Come on, mask. I know I'm running my mouth. Okay. But even if you have no cam, can you create this experience? If you change games, can you create this experience? If you go and decide to cook or to draw or to do your makeup, can you create this experience? My mask does not like me talking, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's kind of what I go for, is how can I make sure my viewers are feeling this excitement that I also feel about this thing, or how can I educate them about something? What's an interesting song that I can put on while I talk about this? What kind of lighting can I have while I talk about this? What kind of title, what kind of going live notification do I need to have? So every little bit counts, and the devil's in the details. And the more stuff you stack on top of each other, the more you'll find that the variety is actually in all of those different details, and how you can kind of play Tetris with all the different things that you have going on. Even if you're not playing a game at all, you can still create a different environment and add to the ambiance, like change everything entirely. You can change what you're wearing, Even watching Blizz, play a game in a Spider-Man suit is a totally different experience than, you know what I mean? We need more of that. But yeah, the variety can be found in really every single element of your content. So don't be afraid to experiment with those things and change little pieces here and there, because people who watch your content will notice and they'll appreciate it.
Yeah.
Could I add something on to that real quick?
Of course,
Because Kiwi's a good person to talk about this. But a lot of the times your viewers can tell if you're passionate about something that you're doing.
That part.
So when I judge content creators for shows and stuff, but something I look for, no, not like in a bad way, like judging like competition noise. Something that I look for in content creators is, are you passionate about what you're doing? Can I tell that you are having fun? And like, can your chat also tell that you are having fun with what you're doing? And I think that really is like the basis of variety content creating, because like you could try something new and also have fun with it, and your community is like, oh, this is also similar to how you feel about playing Dead by Daylight, or similar to how you feel about playing Stardew Valley, and it like translates pretty well. So
yeah, agree. And I really want to like put a nail on the head of what Kiwi said. Variety is in the details. You don't have to change your entire stream to be variety. It's the small stuff. Wear something different. I love playing with my go live tweets, or the notification that pops up. Like I'm like, hey, what'd you have to eat today? Or like spam this emote, things of that nature. And it doesn't seem like it's doing a lot, but it is doing a lot. It's showing that you're fun, that you're willing to do a lot more. You're not sticking to this one thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people do that, but using that as a slight segue. Do you feel that there are any perks to placing your eggs in multiple baskets? Do you feel freedom to do as you please, or do you ever feel limited by too much choice, or not being able to make a decision and therefore becoming stuck?
I would say sometimes when I'm giving too much choice, it does overwhelm me. Because like with Dead by Daylight, when I used to do that every single day, like I didn't have to change like my game or anything like that. Like I changed my notification, obviously like my title and stuff like that, but it was something that was dependable. So now I have to go into something that is gray. But the thing is like, if I'm playing a story, like I know when we did Resident Evil Village, like I pretty much played that straight through, and then I did Biohazard, which were both excellent. But then I started Final Fantasy VII Remake, and like I didn't realize how like long that game is. Obviously like I played the original, so like that one was long, but I didn't know how much more detail they put into it. So then there were like times I'm just like, okay, should I play this straight through? Should I mix something in between? Like, because there were times like where even in the combat, like my attention was like, my ADHD like kicked in. I was like, okay, I'm veering off. So what can I do to like mix it up? And I was like, well, is this an okay thing to do? Mm-hmm. And then Tiny Tina's Wonderlands came out, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm playing this. Yep. Having so much fun. So sometimes it can feel overwhelming. Like like sometimes like I'll stay up at night like, okay, what should I play tomorrow? Like, should I change it up? You know, should I bounce back and forth between things? So sometimes it can be that, but then also like, I love that I can just play whatever I want because it just makes me happy. Like, I love thirsting over Sephiroth. Like, I don't, it's just a great place to be, but I love that I can do that and then jump into Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. And then sometimes, like, if I want to jump into, like, another horror game or do whatever, like, I do love, so it's kind of like both, mix of both.
I feel like, do we really add anything onto that? Like, do we go forward? Because I feel like you covered a lot.
Yeah.
Well, no, but like in all honesty and stuff too, like I agree with a lot of what you said because I find so much joy in just playing the stuff that I like and then everyone gets to experience that joy with me.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of the same thing. Like you already know, I love Final Fantasy VII Remake. So when I got that and it was just like beautiful and colorful and it was everything from 1997 but updated.
Did you fall out of your chair when Sephiroth came up?
Did I do
Because I
what?
did.
You say what?
Did you fall out your chair when Sephiroth showed
no,
up?
See, I'm Team Biggs. It's the jawline for me. It's the jawline for me. You can put that on record and make that a merch thing. That's fine. But,
Okay.
But like I played it all the way through on stream, and then what I find is when I come to the conflict of choice, what I did to kind of keep myself kind of balanced about it is the reason I always thought I wasn't is because, like I said, Metroidvania is JRPGs.
Yeah.
And the reason I did that is because JRPG, Final Fantasy VII Remake, will have you around there for 100 hours.
Right.
But then I can boot up Dead Cells and I can play that for a solid stream and I'm good. Because that's, if I've got a good day going, 3 or 4 runs. If it's a trash day going, that's like 10 or 12 runs. And so that kept me happy and kept me entertained and also kind of kept me personally on my toes. But I still was having fun the entire time. And then once I started doing more charity fundraising, that really changed up my content too because I love doing incentives and I love doing fun things for the community to help raise money for good causes. And they're just like, we're gonna make you eat Bean Boozled beans. I'm like, bet, as long as you're donating to this charity, I don't care. And then they love to get like the Vanessa reactions because I still am plagued by dog food for like my eternity because I never ever get chocolate puddings. Or they'll have me do things like baby food shots, and then they'll get more incentives for that too. So I kind of make it almost gamified so that the community themselves can feel much more involved in creating my content as well. And so like our most recent one, I just said, hey, here's an incentive. We're gonna play the new Kirby game if we get there. I am so excited, y'all, to play this new game because I've never played a Kirby game a day of my life. And I am hype. And that's how I want to feel when I'm getting ready to make my content and deliver the content. Because when I'm hype, people watching it are gonna be hype. And everyone else is gonna be like, yeah, this is a great time. We love this. And then once a quarter, I mix it up even further because I love doing my baking streams. And that's a whole different setup. That's a whole different layout. That's a whole different kind of lighting and setup of everything that Kiwi was talking about. Whole different kind of persona and energy. And everyone gets to hang out together and they're like, wow, you really like baking. And I'm like, I love baking. And then as kind of like more ways to break it back to the community, I send those baked goods out. I let people redeem that in my channel. And I send those out. And so then people come in and they put up their little tweets and everything. They're like, I got pound cake from Vanessa's channel and it's really good. And I'm just like, this is the best feeling in the world. I'm gonna bake so much and then I'll fall asleep somewhere. Because bacon take it out of you. Like 8 hours of bacon is not a joke at all. But I love doing it. And so like really just thinking about how all that stuff can be structured around and still be varied. I love the variety aspect of it. But then there are some times that if I'm on a game for I feel like too long, and I'm starting to lose steam, I'm like, okay, we need to back up and go ahead and switch things up. Maybe we'll play something different this time. Maybe we'll go ahead and toss this out, do what we need to do, and then I'll come back.
But like when I felt like that with Final Fantasy, I was like, am I okay to do this? And then it's like, well, wait, why do I need permission to?
That part.
So that I think that's why I was on, because like the battles are so long and it's just like, it's just so much, I love there's more detail, but like it was that part that I was like struggling with. And I'm like, okay, let's switch it up.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'd say at the end of the day though, it is your content. So like if you have to start allowing yourself to want to experience it as well. I feel like it's unfair. I feel like we're giving ourselves an unfair deadline of like, is it okay for me to play this game? Is everyone going to like it? But am I gonna like it? I want to make sure I like it at the end of the day. Because if again, it goes back to the passion. If I'm not passionate about it, I ain't gonna play it whatsoever. So it's cool because like I've seen all of y'all's content and seeing the passion in your eyes about like confetti, specifically when it comes to Dead by Daylight. The one thing in my mind is that the knife killer, I forgot his name, and like Trickster, you're reacting to Trickster, and like how passionate you were at just like playing and vibing and stuff like that, and that brings joy to me because I get to see like my homies be happy while doing something that makes me happy in return. I know your audience and your chat also feels that too. So
I'm wearing Fenty, so I'm not going to be crying today.
don't
Thank
cry.
you.
No, look, I can't be making people cry. I really can't be. But with variety, I do feel like sometimes I do have a lot of eggs in many baskets, but sometimes there's so many options that you get anxiety about it because you're like, what do I do next? What's my next step? So I kind of made this chaos of variety more organized and more scheduled for me. And it's been real nice. Like every other Tuesday I do true crime, so I know I have that scheduled. Or like every Wednesday I do Legos, so I have that scheduled. And then like my other days I'm doing gaming content or just chatting content. So you have to find some organization in the chaos of it all, and it kind of makes it a little bit better, but also it's still a little stressful.
Yeah, like trying to like go out into the wild and just toss something out and say, I'm going to do that. That sounds great in theory.
In theory.
But like that's still, I'm not saying it has to be, but it's going to benefit you to have a structure to how you progress with your content creation, because it's just going to help you in the long run. Your mental capacity is going to feel sated. Your emotional state is going to be, you're not going to be overwhelmed. And it's super important just to think about all those things. I have a question, and I believe that Kiwi will have some really good answers for this, but anyone obviously answer. We all know that there is a myth that you must stick to the status quo. Yes, that was a High School Musical quote, fight me. Meaning doing what is clearly the most popular thing on your respective streaming platforms and following the trend of the now to make it in our field. Do you think there is truth to that statement? Examples like Fall Guys and Among Us. We all know how big they were, and everyone felt like they had to do it to like get their content seed. How do you feel about things like that?
No.
I was like, no.
No, I'm somebody who does not like to jump on the things that everyone else likes to jump on. Sometimes it hurts me because a lot of times people want to see the new, fresh thing. But if it doesn't interest me, I'm not touching it, period. I don't really care who's watching it or who's interested in it. I'm not going to play Fall Guys just because it's a big game. But it is a valid thing to try if you feel like it's something that will, be interesting to your community or something that will progress things or make something a special thing, then absolutely try it. But I do not like to do that. I'm going to do what I want to do because it's my thing. And, at the end of the day, whatever I want to do is what's going to happen. And also, like everyone has said, if you're not super passionate about it or whatever, people will notice. People will see that you don't want to do this thing. People will see that you're like bored or just doing it for numbers or whatever the case is. So you always have to be genuine and stick to what you think is important, what you think is interesting. Make sure it resonates with you. But, obviously there is that risk if you care about your viewership or numbers or things like that, that you might be affected by that. I personally don't look at my numbers that way. My numbers are science. My numbers are research. If there are people in my stream, great. If there are not people in my stream, great. Like, I'm going to have a good time, the time I want to have, no matter who's there, how many people are there. So, learning to kind of take that data and leave it at that and not be like, oh, am I a bad streamer if my numbers do this? Did I do something wrong because this dropped or whatever the case may be? If you kind of learn to detach those things and really just go for what you want to do, what resonates with you, what makes you happy game-wise or content-wise, then it'll always be a good decision for you, even if it may not look that way.
Yeah, and I want to chime in because I remember, I've always stepped into this space as a variety content streamer because my life is variety. Like I said, I'm a professional actor and vocalist, so I was already doing something that's not the norm on Twitch. So I was like, how do I add this to that field? On top of that, I'm a tabletop professional. So I'm like playing tabletop games like D&D and Vampire the Masquerade and all those things. And I'm like, I want to already add these things to the space that it doesn't seem like the space wants it, so how do I do that? And I was scared, so I found myself going to like what's happening right now. I remember when Rust really became a thing again, and I was like, I'm going to get into Rust. And then like 2 streams later, I was like, why am I playing this game? Like this, no. And then they just killed me and took my stuff. I'm good on that. It's not for me. But like it made me go, listen, I mean, it sounds okay in my mind, but am I actually happy? Am I actually doing something that brings me joy? Am I protecting my peace in the space that I have curated? No? Then why am I doing it? And you have the ability to play what you want to play, do what you want to do in your space without feeling like you have to follow this weird trend roller coaster, because it doesn't exist. Actually, it works for the 2% on Twitch, cis white male bearded guy who can play all that and get all the fans and do all that, but it doesn't work for everybody. So don't feel like you need to compare yourself to what they're doing, because they're not you. And I'm not saying they're better than you, but we all know that some people have just an advantage. Therefore, do what makes you happy, period.
Like, I know for me, like, I had to set like clear boundaries around Among Us, and then also Souls games, because I had played Elden Ring when it had first came out, because like everyone was doing it, and then like they gave me a code, so I like played it, and I had never had an anxiety attack live on stream, because I just didn't know how intense Elden Ring was. And when I had completed the first boss, the cat statue thing, like I know like compared to other bosses, like I guess that's nothing, but like I had a serious anxiety attack like on stream. Like I don't like how this makes me feel.
Yeah.
So I stopped playing it. And people were like, well, where's Elden Ring? Like, where is it? Like, you're not gonna keep going? Did you not see what happened yesterday? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And the thing is like, if your community is not gonna like respect like your boundaries around certain things, like Among Us, I don't like lying to people that I'm playing with. Like, it's just not my personality. That's just, I can't do it. Even if it's like in jest, like I just don't find that funny or entertaining. Because as a Scorpio, I'm just gonna be straight up with you. Like, yeah, I killed you. I did it. and what are you gonna do about it? So like, just setting like clear boundaries, like, when things like, if there's, people in your community who's just like, well, I want to see this thing. I'm like, you know what? That's dope. There's a category in Twitch.tv or YouTube where you can click that and find somebody who can provide that for you, because I am not the person who can give that to you.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Kind of piggyback off that a little bit, because Fetty knows as well, most of this panel probably knows too, I am the Soulsborne player that's here, and I'm like a challenge runner and a speed runner of it. And even in the same vein for variety content, Elden Ring was the first time I ever played a game on release, and I'm telling y'all right now, I will never do it again. Ever, ever, ever. Because it's a completely different catering to a crowd, it's a completely different vibe, and the vibes that I want to have in my channel do not align with that. The reason that I have fun in Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Sekiro, I played all of those way after they had came out. So now all that hype is gone, all these people who are just erratically searching around to see any channel that they can sit in, and then kind of like what Confetti's talking about. They want to come in and they want to tell you how to play. They want to come in and give you tips. They want to come in and tell you that you're doing the thing wrong. You want to come in and be like, oh, if you're doing this, then you're cheating, and blah, blah, blah. And the thing is, I'll go ahead and say it transparently. I got a bad attitude. I will ban you on my channel. I don't care. And I don't feel bad about it.
I think, honestly, y'all need to understand, this is like the band squad right here.
Like, if you pull up into my channel when I'm doing my no-hit Bloodborne, wanting to be like, you should do this on this boss, the entire community is just like, this is not the smoke that you want, dude. You just gotta... You got to stop that before she notices the chat, because if she reads this, she's going to light you up. And then it's like, well, there she goes. And now we're all here suffering. But nonetheless, I had so much more fun because all of those other crowds that are looking for that specific content were no longer floating around. And so now what I have are the people who are actually there for me and my content, along with the occasional people who are just like, oh yeah, I'm just like, I'm new to Bloodborne, and I saw that you were playing it, and so I was just hanging out in your channel to see if I could get some tips and stuff. And I'm like, hell yeah, I'll give you some tips. That's dope. I'll give you all the help that you want, sweetheart. That's perfectly fine. And you don't get that kind of luxury when you're right there on the release, because everyone and their mom is just chasing after it. So like, they did it for a little bit of Horizon Forbidden West. They did it for Elden Ring and all these other big titles. I'm just like, no, I kind of want to keep it mellow, kind of just chill. So we can go ahead and wait for some of this. And like I said, I did it for Elden Ring, and I was like, No, never again. I don't care that I got a little bit of an increase in my numbers at the end of the conversation. I just felt like this is not the content that I wanted to create. And that's not a good feeling to have when you're the one that's creating the content and you're trying to attract people to your channel for whatever it is that you're giving out that day.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, your numbers might have increased, but did that increase your happiness?
No, not even a little bit. I was ready to just box everybody.
And that is what it is. Again, it's hard because you want to, as content creators, we all want to succeed. It just is what we want. We had a conversation about what is success yesterday. But we all want to succeed in some way, shape, or form. We feel like we have to do what we need to do to get there. But sometimes sacrificing your own mental and emotional happiness for what is here and now is just not it. Because, yeah, you might get more numbers, but overall, your community is going to see, as you say, they're going to see that you're not happy. They're going to see that this is not what you want to do. And that's just not worth it, in my opinion. But I do want to talk about the fact that this is hard. Variety streaming is not for the faint of heart. All that glitters isn't gold. It can sound nice, but it's not without its faults and downfalls. What have been some problems or issues you have faced in your variety streaming career thus far? Oh.
I'm sorry. So anytime trying something new, or trying like a new game or anything, I think it's like, what's the game? Oh yeah, I'm not a Fortnite streamer. But I'm not a Fortnite streamer, but I want to play Fortnite. When I started playing Fortnite, I noticed like a lot of my views would go down, like numbers would go down, and like it's because it's the game Fortnite, and everyone's like, ew, gross, and it has like a bad narrative because some creators play it a lot of the time, and they're bullies. And so I started playing it a lot more, and like people started realizing they were in for the experience of me playing it versus it actually being Fortnite. A lot of the conversation was, oh, I don't care for Fortnite, but like you seem like you're having fun, so I'm here to vibe. And like a lot of the jokes and bits and like riffs that would come off with playing with other creators made it very helpful. But for the longest time, it was like a super low for me. It was one of the games I was afraid to stream because it brought numbers that I like couldn't really deal with at the time when I was very focused on numbers. So now it's like it's kind of nice because I've cultivated a community that's here to just watch me experience. So.
And I just want to piggyback on that because literally Fortnite was also the game for me that I noticed my numbers dropped.
Yeah.
And like I think we all get pretty consistent numbers, and not that numbers is the biggest thing, but I mean it is nice to go, oh, this amount of people are there. So when you see that number cascade, it's like, oh, am I doing something wrong? Am I doing something different? What am I doing that's allowing people to not feel comfortable or whatever the case may be in my space? But then I quickly realized it was because I was playing Fortnite, a game that has so much, not necessarily negativity, but just like a skewed perception of it. And I really realized they wanted to see me play the game versus the game itself. They watched me snipe people from a mile away and get excited. Or, having fun with no building right now because building sucks. And I will say that again. But, I mean, again, I stuck with it because it brought me joy. And now the community sees why I play it, and they're back. So do it because you want to do it, not because, you notice that things are different. Just do what you got to do. I didn't want to cut you off. You can go.
Oh, no, you're fine. I think for me, when I had switched to variety this year, because I started with Resident Evil Village. Yes, I'm playing them out of order. Yeah, whatever. When I was doing, because I went from Dead by Daylight, Resident Evil Village, but they're both horror games. So then I started diving into other games that were not horror. And I will tell you, to see your stream, like when you had an average CCV of 250 to drop to like 50, 30, that hurts. Mm-hmm. And the thing is like, when Dead by Daylight and a lot of horror things, they have a cult following. So, I have to be like constantly reminded, it's like, it's not you. It's literally what that game is. But I was actually my mentor who told me, take this as a chance to, as kind of like a metamorphosis stage to build the content and the community that you want. Not to say like, there wasn't community around Dead by Daylight. Of course that there is. Is it a little toxic? it's very toxic. But to take that as an opportunity rather than to look at it as something that is negative. Because yeah, I still acknowledge the hurt because, you know, you have to because I'm like grieving the loss of that because I just felt like, you know, all those connections that I made are gone. But, you know, through going through like the healthy, like I guess, yeah, like the grieving process of that, you know, I'm starting to see that build back up, you know, and not that everything is about numbers. It gets kind of hard, like, especially as like a dark-skinned Black woman creator, that's a lot of things are like thrown in your face a lot of the times. And it's just like, you know, they compare you with people who are like you. And numbers and stats and stuff like that do come into that. So that's, I think, where that comes from, especially just like as a marginalized person. But seeing it from the community perspective and just seeing so many new people coming and like who really just want to be there to experience my joy and what I do and what I love to do, like that is immeasurable.
Yeah.
So like fuck a number.
Yeah, and I want to give a quick shout out.
Oh, I'm sorry if I sweared.
Oh, go bye.
I'm sorry I said a swear word.
Yeah, it's fine. I want to give a quick shout out to a dear friend of mine, Christina Ariel, who you might know from Star Wars. She does a lot of stuff with High Republic. But we did a panel a couple years ago together, and something that struck out to me that she said was just saying, support my joy. And I think that's what it comes down to when it comes to variety streaming. Is that I think people, they want to support you, and they're going to support your joy. So don't feel like you have to cater yourself to something that you don't want to do, because they're there for you and your joy, period. I do have one last question before we get to a Q&A, and I think it's helpful for everybody. What's one thing you wish someone told you at the beginning of your content creation journey, especially when it comes to navigating being a variety-based streamer?
Have fun. Seriously, have fun. I don't know how else to say that. When I first started, I was just escaping a job that I hated because we're not going to get into why I hated that job. Just know that I don't work there no more. And I just kind of played it to pass the time. But as I got more and more into it and I started having fun, that's when the community came. And that's when I started putting my head in the game and being like, I want to make this content and I want it to be this way and I want it to be structured and scheduled so that I can have that joy. And I didn't start realizing that until I was having fun. That's all I got on that, really.
Okay. I feel like something I wish somebody told me at first was like, girl, stop tripping. Because that's really what I need to remember all the time. Stop tripping. I'm thinking, are they going to like this thing? Are they going to be super attached to this game? And are they going to be mad at me if I don't play this game the next stream? Are they going to be mad at me if I'm 3 minutes late? Are they going to be mad at me if I choose to bake a chocolate chip cookie instead of a white chocolate macadamia nut cookie? Like, I'm just thinking about all this stuff. And it's just like, some of this stuff, it's okay. Like, it's really okay. It's your stuff. It's your channel. It's your experience. So you don't have to be so stuck on one thing and worrying if you're going to disappoint a bunch of people who are likely just there to enjoy you and hang out with you and be in your presence and, you know, kind of be along for the ride. So some of this stuff, I don't know if anybody's seen that movie. I think it's Divergent or something, where she's like in the tank of glass and she taps it and it breaks and like all the water spills out and she's like, this isn't real. That's kind of what I have to do to myself every now and again. Like, all of this stress and pressure and stuff I'm putting on myself, it doesn't even need to be there. I'm just putting it there. You know, I'm like adding stuff, you know, to my plate unnecessarily. So, you know, sometimes you just got to step back and like take it easy. Be kind to yourself. It's so easy to be mean to yourself and be, you know, disappointed and stressed out and thinking you're letting people down, and then you're so hard on yourself wondering if you're a good creator or not. You really don't even have to do that. You can just, you know, let stuff be what it is sometimes. Don't get too wound up in negativity.
Anybody else?
I would tell myself that success comes in many different forms.
Say that.
And sometimes it's the people you impact. I have a lot of community members who have said the sweetest fucking thing. Wait, can we say bad words?
Boy, say it.
Oh, okay. I think we get like one fuck. I think we get like one fuck. Oh.
Right? I'm like, this.
Well,
the seal's been completely destroyed at this point.
I used everyone else's. But yeah, you sometimes have community members like telling you like, hi, I just want you to know, like, you've really impacted me for the better, and like this community has helped me become more comfortable with my like sexuality or using different pronouns or stuff like that. And like that stuff hits me all the time because I'm like, you felt comfortable here. You felt so comfortable to learn more about yourself, and that's to me, I think I'm a successful streamer because of that. Just that. Like, I don't care about the sponsorships or anything like that. Knowing that I am making an impact on just one person, that's amazing. So, yeah.
Anything you want to add?
Ditto to everything that was just said, because I can't say it any more beautifully.
I do have one more thing I want to add, if that's cool.
Yeah.
Not everything is going to be a W, and that's okay. That's okay. You're going to try something, and you're either going to go into the game, you're going to be like, I'm really excited, and then 2 strangers, you're going to be like, wow, this is hot trash. That happens. And what you have to do, kind of like bringing everybody's stuff together, is you just got to recenter yourself and be like, you know what? I tried something. It didn't work out. That's cool. We'll go ahead and move it on to the next one. Maybe those white chocolate macadamia cookies didn't come out the way they were supposed to. I'm saying that from direct experience. Yo, when I made a baking thing and it actually fell apart on stream, I just had to look at my KitchenAid stand mixer for a hot minute and was just like, y'all, I can't send this. This is, no, I'm not sending this to y'all. So what I did was I just threw it out, and I went ahead and I was like, let's go ahead and go to the next thing. And everyone was like, you know, Vanessa, that really sucks that didn't work out for you, but you seem really hype about that spice cake you're about to make. And I'm like, you know what, you're right, I am. So we're not gonna talk about this abomination of lemon, whatever the fuck I was making. I don't know what was happening there. And like, that's one of my coping things, is I turn stuff into humor. I'm just like, I don't know her, so we're not going to acknowledge her.
Yeah.
We have spice cake here, and we're also gonna do a spice chai cream cheese frosting, and we're gonna try it with some of my Thai tea that I'm gonna put on while we're all cooking. And everyone's like, what lemon cake? And I'm like, girl, exactly. What lemon cake, girl? Ain't nobody make no lemon stuff here. Y'all made that up. It's in the title, shut up. Stop embarrassing me. I'm sitting there, y'all always gotta call me out about this stuff. I'm not perfect. But yeah, everything's not gonna be a W, and that's okay. That's completely okay. As a matter of fact, it's expected.
I was gonna say, sometimes though, when you do mess up cooking stuff, because I burned boxed banana bread a year ago. It stays a part of the culture of your channel for. It is still relevant.
Yeah, there's some memes in my channel that are food related that I'm not proud of.
You know what? And I don't even want to know at this point.
Yeah.
And I just want to add to that. I said something yesterday, and I think it's very appropriate for now. Someone asked, how do you find your niche? How do you find like the place that you stick? Or how do you dig that place out? And I countered that with a question. I said, what is a niche? A niche is an unrepresented market, right? There's no one else like you. So you are an unrepresented market. When people come to your channel and you build a community, they've come because you've become their niche. Just do you. It's that simple. With that being said, we're going to open this up to a Q&A. We have about 13 minutes, so there is a microphone yonder over here. If you have a question, please head over there. Ask a question, not a backstory, not a dissertation, not an essay. I would like to get through as many as possible, but again, time restraints. Thank you all so much.
Hello.
Hello.
So I agree with everything that you guys have been saying. I started as like a variety streamer, and I have a question, like if having that one game, playing that over and over again is like the best way to build an audience, but I get bored easily. So, I think variety is the way to go depending on, who you are. My question is mainly surrounding finishing a game, because I know you guys said that sometimes games like Elden Ring, for instance, makes you feel a certain type of anxiety. But like more so, let's say like a game like Persona 5, I adore that game. But maybe like 30 hours in, there's some downtimes and low points like on stream that are kind of hard to, make exciting. And there's a lot of times where I'm like, maybe I should finish this off stream. Do you guys struggle with that? And like, how do you navigate around that?
I'm gonna jump in real quick. Just real quick. I am the king, demigender. I'm the queen of not finishing a game. And guess what? I don't care. I mean, there's some people who are completionists, and I get that. Do you? But I have started a game on my channel and then been like, well, not coming back to that. And it's not that I'm intentionally not doing it, but it's like, if I don't feel the energy to come back to it, I'm not going to force myself to come back to it. And I might come back to it a month later, but don't feel like you have to finish it just to appease your community or even yourself in a weird way. If it's not within your spirit, okay, it's Sunday, we're about to preach. If it's not within your spirit to do to finish that game at that moment,
pastor.
then don't do it, okay? It's that simple. That's how I feel. Anybody else?
I would say, I won't speak on Persona 5 because I know PT will. But, because I went through that too, but I know PT will have some background with that. But I know for me, like, with Horizon Forbidden West, for example, I started playing that on stream, and, I did a cosplay, I did like a whole thing. And as I was playing it on stream, something felt off about the game. So I took it upon myself to, oh, sorry, I can just hear you. You're sorry, I can hear you in the front. So I took it upon myself to keep playing the game. And when I figured like what was going on with Aloy and just like the just, I don't know, inappropriate representation, like with, indigenous folks, I was just like, I'm not finishing this game on stream. I finished it off stream, and then I, reported back to my community and said, this is the areas where I just felt weren't right. And the thing is, if I would have played that on stream and seeing the things that I was seeing, especially with Aloy being very much a white savior, I would have been livid. Like, I wouldn't have had a very good reaction on stream. So I'm glad I took that off. So like, trust your instincts too. If something doesn't feel right to you, you don't have to finish it. Take it off stream, or, just don't play it or return it, whatever it is. And I know you're gonna go about Persona.
And I was gonna add, as the person up here who does do a lot of the stuff where, usually when I'm playing games on stream, I play start to finish. I might not be doing a platinum, but I'm still gonna carry through the whole story. And if it becomes a case where I know that that's not gonna be possible, or specifically, I'm just having that much fun, Confetti kinda nailed it on the head. Communicate with your community. Let them know. Just tell them straight up, hey, I played some more of this offline. This is gonna be today's just chatting. Here's all the stuff I did offline, and here's how we're gonna handle all that. Or I've actually had that happen multiple times in October, which is when I usually do my full Halloween spread. If something boots up and immediately we're like, oh, this isn't gonna work, keep it 100 and say, hey, this isn't going the way I thought it was going to. So we're just gonna go ahead and take 5 and figure out the next move. And then Kiwi has a fantastic thread on Twitter about all the things that you can find, fill in those gaps that like actually keep the content going while you're behind the scenes going, okay, so the game that actually is just overtly killing, I'm throwing that in the trash. Let's find something else. I actually had that happen one of my October months. The opening scene of the game was all cute and squishy and fun. We were like, yeah. And then instantaneously, the first cut scene literally ran over a dog. And I was like, okay, backing out of that one. JK, kids. And everyone was like, yeah, that was a lot. And I was like, I am so sorry. I didn't know that was going to happen, y'all. And they're just like, oh, don't feel bad. It's just, you're going to change it. And I'm like, yeah, we're just going to.
What I will say about this, my therapist said, stop giving yourself an unfair deadline. I don't care if it's about personal things or with your own content. Don't give yourself an unfair deadline. If you don't want to finish it, or if you don't finish it, that's okay.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Shout out to Quesadilla.
What up, y'all? So I think this is a question that I think a lot of content creators battle with, especially myself. Is it okay to just enjoy a game offline, like by yourself? Like, you don't have to stream it or anything. Is it okay to just, like Persona 5, I'm going to use that for an example. It's my favorite game. The Royale version, I never finished it, and it's just like, it's something I play for myself. Is it okay for other streamers to just enjoy a game? You don't have to stream it.
I'm playing Royale off stream, and I'm having the time of my life.
I was going to say, not only is it okay, but I honestly and earnestly encourage it.
Yeah.
I encourage it.
That's how
Have
you
games for
ground
yourself. Please, please. I'm playing Dragonfly 11 right now, and there's like 5 people in my community who are dying that I am not streaming it. I'm like, too bad, so sad. But let me tell you, I got the girl who has the spear and the kicks, and I am living my best life. Living my best life. Love her. But have games for yourself.
Yes.
Absolutely. Not everything got to be Not everything has to be for content.
Yeah.
Yes, I was say everything is content, but no one has no one has the keys to your fucks. And what I mean by that is that no one can just take everything from you and see every single last thing that you do, even your community. You have the ability to say, I want to play this by myself, and that's just what I'm going to do. I play a lot of Fortnite offline. I do play online, but I also play a lot offline, and that's A-okay. Just do what makes you happy, because your mental health is also important.
Yeah, and it grounds you. I'm someone who, I will never stream Valorant, but I am playing Valorant at the end of stream to ground myself. Or Power Wash Simulator is a really good, fun game for me to just concentrate and like focus on grounding myself. Because I get a lot of anxiety from streaming sometimes, and sometimes when I am off stream, I need something to just help. And like those games are something that help me. So like I ain't gotta stream it if it's just for me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have time for one more question, but thank you so much, Casey. I super appreciate you.
Hi there.
Hello.
So I guess my question kind of ties back to anxiety. How, like, if you're in the middle of the stream and suddenly just like it washes over you, it kind of hits you, how do you handle that while still like in the middle of a stream? Like, how do you disengage from that, and how do you respond to it after?
I'm going to chime in really quickly. I'm chiming in specifically because I am a Take This ambassador. Take This is an organization that deals with mental health when it comes to video games. And before we even say anything, I urge you to go to takethis.org, and they have so many resources when it comes to battling anxiety and mental health, especially in those stressful situations. And nothing that we can say is ever going to be therapeutic, but it is helpful to know that there are a lot of us who also deal with that as well. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well before.
I'm gonna write that down real quick.
Oh yeah, I got you.
I think like because Elden Ring, that's when that happened to me. That had never happened to me on stream, like to the point where like, because typically like a lot of my anxiety attacks I can internalize them, but that particular one was very external, and I just was not okay. So what I did, like all of my moderators was like, take a step away. My mom also watches my stream, so like she was like calling me like immediately, like, okay, what do you need to do? Like, do you need to end stream? Like, my moderators also were like in the chat, like keeping things going. I don't know, they were talking about something about Lady Gaga. I don't know. They were just, keeping, things going while I clearly needed to step away because I was gone for like 20 minutes. Like, so my stream was just on and I just wasn't there. In that situation, I am grateful that I had a support group to just be like, just take the time and what do you need so we know that you're okay and so you are okay. So in that situation, I leaned on my support system.
Yeah, I would say definitely do that. I am a huge fan of chat interactive games when I'm on my BRB screen. That way they stay engaged while I'm like, I need to take like 10 minutes to myself to go get a snack or drink water or something like that. So I'll hit BRB, I'll message my mods and say, hi, I'm gonna do this real quick. Can you just keep chat engaged? I'll put on Gartic for chat to play, or like stream pairs for chat to play. That way they're still engaged and they're still having fun. They're being the gamers this time. So it's kind of helpful, and you're still managing your stream while you're managing yourself, honestly. So yeah.
Anything else you want to add?
Oh no, I was gonna say ditto to all of this, and as someone who's actually had like bad news come in the middle of my stream, full transparency, last year, about almost a year to where we are right now, I got a phone call from my dad in the middle of the stream letting me know that my aunt had passed. And you gotta take care of yourself. I didn't tell the community right away what had happened, but when I came back, I am not someone, first of all, I have a horrible poker face, but I was able to, when it comes to like sadness, I especially try to bottle that in, which is bad on my behalf, and I need to work on that myself. But when I came back and said, hey, I have to go ahead and stop stream, your community knows.
Yeah.
They know. And they came back and it was like, your cadence is like a full 180. Hey, do you need to like end stream? Because you keep saying BRB. We feel like it's more like you need to end stream. And I was like, yeah, you're right, I need to end. Take care of yourself, have support groups, this is really useful as well. But yeah, if you find yourself in that position where you have to just straight up stop, you gotta value yourself first. Because if you don't stop now, you're not gonna want to go live tomorrow.
Yep.
Also, it helps, like, if you think about different situations you could be in while you're streaming, just kind of think about it, talk it over with the people who are involved with it so that they can help you in the event that it happens. A lot of us are, kind of living with this fear of even like being swatted and all these other things. Have you thought about what you're going to do if that happens? Have you made any plans? Have you talked it over with people you live with or with your moderators or, what to do to kind of keep these things situated? So kind of make a contingency plan as well so that you're not caught off guard in the moment.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I just want to leave you all with simply, variety is what you make it. Never let someone else define that for you. Find the joy within yourself, find the joy within your heart, and your community is going to see it. And it's going to grow naturally, organically, but it's going to grow because you care about your stuff. And that's that. Thank you all again so much for being here. This is Blizz, Milady, Pleasantly Twisted, Kiwi. I'm CB Critical Bard. Find us all on the socials, and we'll see y'all later. Have a good rest of your PAX.
Yeah.
That's my man going down.
I know it's the last day. Really appreciate you guys coming out and checking out our panel on collegiate esports. All of us come from different facets of collegiate esports. We're going to be exploring, what they're doing, how collegiate esports is changing, and just collegiate esports from a bunch of different viewpoints. I'm going to let everyone introduce themselves. I'm Dylan Liu. I'm CEO of Connect Esports. We basically help brands activate across tons of over 300 major universities, and we help support their student organizations and their gaming organizations with sponsorships from like Twitch, HyperX, MSI, and a bunch of other different brands, just like sending them swag and support. Eugenia, you want to start?
Hi everyone, my name is Eugenia. I'm the Senior Education Partnerships Manager North America at Gen G with a personal mission to help students find their dream career in STEM.
Hey everybody, my name is Chris Bostel. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and I'm trying to figure out how I describe this. I do a lot in collegiate esports, but I'm just going to start off by saying I build facilities and ensure that people are well outfit and nurture and grow those communities.
Hey, Heath Price. I work at the University of Kentucky. I'm in our CIO's office, and so we've had a pretty matrixed kind of evolution over the last 4.5, 5 years in thinking about how we would approach esports and video games within our campus. And so kind of from that IT organization, I've gotten very plugged in with different groups across campus, student success, and a number of other areas as we've started to kind of build what that program will be and start to look to the future on what things we want to do.
Hi, my name is Edward Cool. I'm from Seattle. I work at Twitch in the customer experience. And I also am one of 2 leads for one of the ERG, so employee resource groups in Twitch that represent the Asian Pacific Islander community. My background in collegiate esports, I created 2 esports clubs at 2 different schools.
Which schools?
Oh, Washington State and Bellevue College.
Hi, my name is Charles Spencer. I am the Assistant Director of Esports and Programming at Eastern Michigan University under the Rec IM, which is Recreation Intramurals. I've been doing that for 3 years. First 2 years I did it as a grad assistant, and I got hired last year to do this full time. And I have a passion in youth esports as well, and growing gaming at Eastern Michigan University is pretty cool.
Awesome. And just as kind of additional background, I was also the founder of Texas A&M Esports back in 2012 when Riot was supporting tons of clubs. Like all of us have kind of a background in the student leader space. I know Chris was at University of Cincinnati. We all went to like the Riot Collegiate Summit that, and like networked with each other. Eugenia was at Boston University, right? Yeah. So
Boston
yeah, she's
local.
native, but she, she was a big part of the Boston collegiate scene as well. So that's one of the first things I want to tackle is how have collegiate esports clubs changed since you are a collegiate leader based on the interactions you have now with current student leaders? So we're in the industry now. We're trying to support different clubs. Obviously, we're going through different generations. Each generation kind of has their own unique struggles, right? Like in our generation, we were just trying to build everything and like build everything like as much as we could. Then it became like maintenance, trying to push that administration, and now everyone's trying to rebuild and like rebuild their communities after COVID, figure out how to do things, right? So like I'd love to learn from y'all's interactions, how has that changed? And I also like to learn from the administration, like how do you work with college clubs now and what's that interaction like? I guess you want to start off?
Yeah, many years ago when I was a student leader, I felt a lot of my peers, we were doing it because it was fun, but I was studying marine science. I thought I was going to be researching fish and dolphins for the rest of my life, and I think many in my group felt the same way. And yet today, when I talk to students, a lot of them actually aspire to just work in esports. And I think that that's the major difference, is that you guys now have a pathway of taking something that was at one point just a hobby for many people and turning it into something that's a legitimate career where you can make good money and create beautiful things for other people. And I think that that structure from the academic standpoint is just very different from where I started from.
Yeah, and if I can butt in here, like I think that kind of reflects like the whole mentality of our generation. We were just there were no esports like careers at all. We were just doing it out of almost pure adrenaline of seeing like tons of people just come to our events. It's kind of an emotional thing, but then now people are a lot more tactful. We were also way more toxic too, but like with like rivalries
Speak for yourself.
and stuff. Yeah, but now people are way more professional, way more collaborative. It's way better to see for us. Like I wouldn't want to keep up that toxic. It wasn't like terrible toxic. It was just like rivalries or whatever. But yeah, like now people are a lot more collaborative. They help each other out. They're mindful of what they do online and how they act, because there's so many opportunities now, and people are specifically looking to hire people from collegiate esports. But Chris, do you want to keep going?
Yeah, sure. Back in our day, dating ourselves, we've been doing this for over a decade, literally, at this point. Esports in our generation, starting off, was the 2010 to 2015 era of time. And it was the wild, wild west, in the sense that nobody knew what they were doing. Everybody wanted to do everything. And the golden trophy at the end of the tunnel was a single job at Riot or a single job at Blizzard, and everyone was competing for all of the marbles. It was very competitive, but it was also very organic and authentic. It's changed in a couple of ways. The biggest change is that there are now over 450 collegiate programs that are university sanctioned and funded that exist alongside student organizations, sometimes simultaneously, sometimes differently, and there are still hundreds of clubs across the country that exist as student organizations differently. So the industry went from linear, where everyone was more or less on the same footing, to now it's this wavy, non-linear space that is in some places very well developed, and in some places is still developing. So I would be remiss to say that we are no longer in the stage of a wild, wild west, but I would 100% agree with Eugenia that the pathways have been created. I'm not sure if we're quite yet at best practices, but a lot of really good practices have been trailblazed and created over time and time of trial and error. So it's a really good place to be in as a student right now. This is probably a new golden age for those who are fans of gaming, who are students on campuses that want to have a meaningful and engaging student experience. Whether you want to go into gaming or not, now is probably one of the best times to be in a community for gaming clubs.
Heath, you work on the administration side.
Yeah.
How do you guys have a club, or did you guys have to like kind of build that up with your program, or like how do you interact with them?
Yeah, it's a great question. So when we kind of got the perspective from our executive administration. When we kind of had the questions start about what are we doing around gaming, those came from our president. So that helps, right? Somebody who's making decisions for the entire university starts asking, what is going on in this market around gaming and esports? What we found out very quickly is our students were doing a lot. Quite a bit more, quite honestly, than I would have anticipated, considering when they would call a facility on our campus 6, 7 years ago and ask to bring their own TV and plug in a game console, they were told, well, there's IP issues, can't do that on our campus, we might get sued. I mean, that kind of answer, which is mind-boggling when you consider the students are the ones that pay for the facilities in the first place. So being able to have executive administrative support from day one, and then connecting that to whether it was on Facebook or Twitter, where they were sharing, ultimately it was on Discord, right? We found the biggest group of students that had kind of convened there. But as we did that and started to find some of these student pockets, we found them really eager to come together. And so for us, kind of being able to have the executive leadership and the perspective and then finding all the cool things the students were doing, that's really helped us to build some momentum over these last few years.
Awesome. I'm really glad to see like administration, like your administration, like from the very top level. You usually have to kind of work your way up, and it's like it takes years, but to go from top down is, makes things a lot easier for everybody. And I guess you're still like kind of in the collegiate leader community. What are your thoughts? Like how have people changed? Like what's the community like now compared to our generation?
Oh man, I think, so this kind of comes from a West Coast perspective of somebody who wasn't at the schools like UC or University of Washington. And one of my biggest goals was to run events as cool and as well spread on social media as them. And Washington State is kind of in the middle of nowhere, more or less. But I'd say one of my personal achievements was being able to work with other clubs on campus and running an event upwards of 1,000 people. But to get to the question, back in the day when we were leaders in the early 2010s, like not all of us had the best business acumen skills, such as we were going to companies asking for things, but not knowing how to do the standard procedures, such as like building a sponsorship deck, knowing the value of our space. And so without that information, it was very difficult to kind of understand what we were asking for. And so leaders these days kind of learn from our mistakes back in the day. They're able to ask for a more accurate amount that is well tailored to their group. And because of that, we're not like, as someone who has sponsored League of Legends World viewing parties, we're not over giving items and we're not under giving items. We're giving a package that is representative of the community, and with that, you build better relations with the companies that you work with.
Yeah, and even if like you don't totally understand the sponsor, because like we pretty much our whole company is just as like sponsorships and sponsorship deliverables. It makes you more hireable too, because you start off with like a base knowledge based on what former leaders have done, and then you kind of figure things out, make mistakes. People are pretty lenient on students because you guys are still learning, and then by the time you're done with your leadership, cycle or whatever, you're pretty much hireable. Like you know what to do. You can go straight into the industry, and you know how to do sponsorships. You know how to handle brands. You know how to value things. So that's one of the reasons why a lot of new hires are like from the collegiate space. But Charles, why don't you tell us a little bit about EMU?
Yeah, when I came in 2019 to be a grad assistant, the first thing I did was go to make sure what was the gaming atmosphere on campus currently. At that time, a lot of it was towards the Smash Club. We have a great, fantastic Smash Club that really put a lot of passion to weekly tournaments, weekly events, and they didn't really have a big tournament coming up. So I helped with them come together with the rec to create the Holiday Smash. We streamed it on it was our first EMU esports stream. All the players were EMU students. We gave out DX Racer chairs as a grand prize, and even gift cards for like second and third place. And overall, just really had the atmosphere and vibe where the students were helping in on not just playing, but the production as well, the casting. It's having that investment and getting them involved early on to see what they can go with, and really feel good about from here on in. And as we grow, we currently have the Eagles Gaming Club, which we work together with us to really help build that community a bit more with different games rather than Smash, such as League, such as Overwatch, which we have teams in, and other games throughout the campus. Really overall focus in that sense about how does the student, what does the students behind that game are like on campus, and how can we get towards them.
Gotcha. And like obviously the Smash community doesn't really overlap too much with the League community. How has that growth been? Like, did you guys just have to go market to completely new students, or were you able to kind of build a base from the Smash community, or what was that experience like?
Overall, it's like we build a base from the Smash community, but we still had to get new students.
Okay,
We still try to do our best with the Smash because this was the biggest game on campus, the most out there game on campus. But really, we kind of had to start over with other games in a way, but really reach out towards different parts of EMU, Eastern, to really see where those students are.
Gotcha. So I'm going to skip around a little bit, but I really want to dive a little bit more into administrator stuff. So, you guys have come in not too recently, but you guys are still, navigating the space. What are some of the biggest gaps in knowledge or biggest questions that you came in trying to answer, or that you're still trying to figure out right now? And I guess we'll start on this end this time.
I guess for me is just getting more resources from other parts of the university. We're still trying to see and work with our foundation, which is a big part of getting overall university resources, or go towards our EMU sports properties, which works, even though they work a lot with athletics, they reached out to me saying they're interested in doing something with us because of our great partnership with Gen G. And overall is really just seeing where those other resources are at so we can get more done with our program.
Are you guys under student life right now, or what department?
We're under campus life.
Gotcha.
Student affairs overall, EMU.
Are you able to get buy-in from different departments like communications, and because obviously the gaming industry employs tons of different parts, visualization, computer science. Like, have you guys been able to reach out to those departments, or are they still kind of out in the not knowledgeable yet?
What helped us a lot is early on for me is we have a simulation animation gaming program. That helps with game development, especially, and also animation and simulation of different graphic designers. And we reached out to them early on to do summer camps. We also did a big focus on youth, and really get towards them to really help us do a special esports/gaming industry camp where we had designers as well as people in esports that was part of both sides of gaming in that sense, to really help us with the prospective students and the future kids.
Gotcha. Heath, why don't you tell us a little bit more about some of the things that you're most curious about in the college esports scene, and maybe you've already answered them, but what were the big question marks for you coming into the esports scene?
Yeah, so my perspective, I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest person on the panel. I'm looking at Eugenia, probably by a long shot. So when I was in the university setting, grew up in kind of South Louisiana, college sports at that time was going from, athletic department might have a $5 to $10 million budget, right? In the last 10 years, these athletic budgets are 100 to 150 million at the biggest programs in the country. So I've had the opportunity, going back now really close to about 30 years, to look and watch how that space evolved. One of the things that happened in collegiate sports is jobs got created as the budgets went up. So that was a really interesting marker. It affected my career, led to things I got to do on my path. It also demonstrated that academics will pay attention as more and more people are interested. So I got to experience a master's degree at the time in sports administration because some of the people that had come before me who had gotten jobs in the industry said, "You're missing this. The university needs to have it." Now, at that time, undergrad would have been kind of off the table because, folks are like, sports, are they really jobs? We'll see. Well, obviously today, you can go to a lot of universities and see different areas of your campus where sports is probably a component of a curriculum. I felt like, from the perspective of maybe looking at gaming for the last decade and then really paying attention to esports over the last 5 years, I actually think the trajectory here is going to be very, very similar. And so one of the questions that we're asking a lot is, how many connections on our campus can we make in a given week, right? You take 52 weeks a year. We've got a lot of weeks to make them. How many people on campus can we connect with? Where can we listen to what they're trying to do? And oftentimes as we're doing that, different pockets across our campus, gaming is coming up. It's coming up because their students that they're involved with administratively are asking about it. It's coming up because as students, they might have perspectives on, well, we're Smash players, we're League of Legends players, and oh, by the way, we're tabletop games, and we really are looking for somebody to help us think about the events we'd like to put on. So the more people we're engaging with and talking with, we're finding more and more avenues for conversations.
Definitely. We've also seen a lot more, major brands trying to get in on this, like traditional sports property companies like Learfield, who basically handle all of the brand rights for universities. Everyone's trying to see what the best avenue is to come in on this. Obviously, gaming isn't the same as normal sports. Sports is handled by the NCAA. We don't have a governing body, and the NCAA has said that they're not interested in, or they don't know how to enter collegiate esports correctly right now. I wanted to kind of ask, I guess we'll go down the line on this. Some of us are from brands, some of us are from jerseys, arenas, administration. What is the most pressing problem from your I guess vantage point in the industry in college esports right now? Eugenia, do you want to take it off?
Personally, I am very frustrated about people who are looking to make an easy dollar off of collegiate esports programs. I think there are players who are doing it in a way that makes sense and creates win-win solutions. There are hardware partners who are supporting students when they don't have money, then capitalizing on it later when they are graduated. There are people who are investing into career development at the student level and allowing them to pick the cream of the crop for hiring down the line. But I think there's a way to create win-win scenarios that don't require students to pay out of pocket for these experiences. I think that that's the major frustration that I have.
Gotcha. Chris?
I think the biggest problem that we have right now in collegiate esports is a timeline problem. And the timeline problem started years ago after our generation and has continued through that. And the root cause of the timeline problem is a lack of clear and definitive and easily accessible information on this space. We mentioned before, I think no one would disagree on the statement that esports has been the wild, wild west. And everyone has their own personal opinion on how to do it right. Everyone has their own personal opinion on what's the best way to do it. And everyone has an outcome that they're looking to promote. And that could be the building of a facility, selling a service, pushing a program, saying that esports should live under this department versus that department. And we use anecdotal evidence far more than we use data-driven research and actual facts and figures and trends. And that has resulted in bottlenecks. And those bottlenecks may present themselves in year 2 or year 3, where let's say you build a facility and it only has 20 computers and you recruit 15 students a year. By year 3, you've got 45 students and only 20 computers. And now you are stressed for time and you have to practice and you have to make your matches and no one has enough time to do that. You are now an island in your university ecosystem. You can't interact with your fellow administrators or your fellow students or departments because you have no bandwidth with your physical space. And you don't have much more bandwidth to interact with those outside you within your community, such as high schools or nonprofits or third parties. And so there is a growing divide over the haves and the have-nots, and there's a growing homogenization within the ecosystem as it currently stands. All those questions need to be addressed, in my opinion, and they need to be addressed within the next 2 years or so.
I have to follow that?
Yeah.
I gotta follow that one? That was good. I'm like, man, I'm trying to think about what am I going to say now. Honestly, I would look in the mirror and just say, the more that we have opportunities to go to different events, obviously much of that has been Zoom here for quite a while. It's awesome to be able to come to an event like this and see people actually in person. We're not all looking at squares. I think administrators in higher education are missing the boat on trying to understand the space. I think the headlines can be very eye-opening when you see a school say, well, we're giving scholarships. And then, somebody at a campus might say, oh, okay, well, then that's what we should do. instead of kind of stepping back and listening to what's happening on your campus, Chris and the group at Cincy, I think have done some awesome things there that we've learned from. But I think it's going to be a challenge until enough administrators not only want to step back and listen, but then want to get together and talk about some of these ideas, some of these challenges, and start to, as you listen, you've got to inform and bring in more voices and more perspectives to help the broader collegiate industry really mature.
Yeah, for sure. Ed?
Yeah, my take is more student focused. So it's not a secret that many of us wanted or have dreamed of working in gaming, esports, content creation world, and it's getting better now. But back in the day, like there's no job postings. You had to know somebody who was having a job opening. So there's a lot of there's not a lot of transparency. There's limited access to these jobs, right? And the only way that you were going to do it was to attend events where you could meet these people. So there's a lot of gatekeeping naturally through the processes before. And even to this day, like if I was a college student, you would have to go through so many different hoops and hurdles just to figure out like where can you start. And so a lot of the things that I worked with college students in mentoring was what do they want to do in the space and try to lead them on how they can get their first start.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot too. I think because there's like, one entry-level job in the gaming industry has like thousands of applications, like you pretty much have to be like a collegiate leader who like made a name for themselves. You have to like interact with certain people on Twitter, basically like get in on that click and make them remember you. Otherwise, like it's not fair, but people are obviously gonna hire someone they know, they've interacted with, they can remember, rather than some random person who has probably a pretty strong resume, but there's like 2,000 strong resumes, like it's a competitive space. So that's also something I've seen as well.
Yeah, can I add something to it?
Sure.
Yeah, and you shouldn't have to like spend save all of your dollars like I did just so you could travel to these events. You should have to hustle for it for sure, but you shouldn't have to like spend all your time in college just trying to seek these or compromising your mental health because you have to pick between homework and your career aspirations.
For sure. Charles?
I think there's a way that, for me, it was kind of seeing that esports works quick. Academia, not so much. And there was always, especially with collegiate esports clubs, trying to move fast, trying to get towards tournaments as much as possible. And then they get towards administration and they said, we have to go to a committee, we have to go through all these red tape, is to understand in both sides of that, of why this is happening. Like understand from the student side, they have a chance to really make things happen, and they have a really chance to really make an impact in the school, but also on the administrator side, this is their money that they have budgeted out usually around this time of the year, that they usually have a structure throughout that, and that there could be compromises on both sides to understand a bit both to really make things happen on a better sense. And it's sitting down to really hash that out and see how they can really make it happen that makes it feel good for the clubs as well as the administration when giving said funding.
Right. Gotcha. And just diving a little bit more into this, I don't know if anyone here has any like strong opinions about this. Not all of us come from the competitive space, but there's so many leagues right now. There's RSAA, there's CSL, Rocket League has college carball, Call of Duty. For the most part, a lot of these, publisher-led leagues, they own all the rights. They get most of the revenue and stuff like that. Whereas in NCAA, they kind of share revenue. It's a collaboration of university. No one owns football, right? But people own the multimedia rights to watching these football games. Do you guys see that changing at all? Do you see a push for revenue share for this viewership, or do you think it's too early, or what are your thoughts on that general subject, I guess?
I can go on this one. We have it on pretty good authority that there are a number of property groups and groups that deal with MRAs, media rights agreements, that have a significant amount of capital ready to be deployed upon the opening of floodgates. And currently the floodgates that are holding that back are the developer community guidelines. If you want to host a League of Legends tournament, you are able to do so within the guidelines of the size as well as the prize pool. And it is the same for most of the developers. If you want to have the license to do something for a large LAN, you need to get their approval. But looking primarily at Riot as kind of a trailblazer of those types of floodgates, when those change, if and when those change, dollars will flood the market from third-party, what I would say non-endemic institutions to esports. That will happen eventually. The question is, will it happen at a time where the endemic leagues and the endemic third-party organizers to esports are able to compete and service organizations in a similar manner to match with those dollars? That's the question that we're all waiting to hear the answer for.
Do you think that there's going to be a battle over like these media rights, or do you think it's also possible that the revenue may not come from viewership, it may come from like brand activation or something like that? Or like, what are your thoughts on that, I guess? Because right now, a lot of these programs are basically you know, getting value from the size of their community and how many eyes can, you know, they can put on a certain brand, right? Multimedia rights are like, there's decent viewership on like the finals and stuff, but overall in collegiate esports, the viewership is still a problem, right? What are your I guess, how would you respond to that?
Sure. So the multimedia rights problem or issue within esports is different than the media rights problem, an issue in traditional sports, because only 33% of collegiate esports programs live under athletics, and nearly 100% of media rights agreements live under athletics. And so right off the bat, the ecosystem is not even in terms of the distribution of the benefactors of those media right dollars. So right away, there's many gaps that would need to be addressed. And a lot of the institutions that are selling these rights and working with media and advertising and things are addressing those problems, but they're addressing those problems in their way, and not necessarily a way that may be most conducive or beneficial to the students or the clubs or even the programs that are participatory in those. But I would also say that a lot of these dollars are framed as experimental marketing buys currently, and they're not valuated per traditional viewership or of a CCV or anything of that on a concurrent viewer, because quite frankly, the numbers aren't there. So a lot of these agencies are also resorting to third-party activations, such as selling of experiential events, such as LANs, events, expos, panels, facility builds, operations, and other tertiary activations to add value to those contracts as a subsidiary or secondary ad. It's a much longer discussion. I certainly don't want to monopolize.
We don't need to get like too much into it. But yeah, I think we get your general point. But does anyone else want to tackle the tournament side of things?
Personally, I think the developers should hold control of these rights for as long as possible and push off third-party requests. One, that's media money that you can use in marketing your game and growing your player base, which then leads to more community grassroots efforts and activations around their campus and community lands, things like PAX, where you can then drive more people to collegiate programming, which then eventually, hopefully, will feed into pro play. Granted, I think we're starting to see, 10 years ago, we would have said, by the time you're 24, you're washed up, you're not playing League anymore, Dota, go retire, right? But we're seeing that in games like StarCraft 2 that have existed for a lot longer, people are doing their military service in Korea and are coming back at 28, 29, and still playing, if not better, than when they retired. So I think collegiate esports right now is where a lot of pro players will go after they maybe end their career. But in the next couple of years, we're going to start seeing a shift similar to hockey, baseball, softball in particular, where, you know, you go to school and then you get drafted into pro leagues. I think the longer that the developers can hold on to these rights, the better they can frame a full ecosystem that has a strong foundation for community grassroots activations that lead into pro play and thus viewership and down the line.
Yeah, I think I understand both viewpoints. I think, publishers, they may have like that all-powerful status, but they also have a pretty good history of like not screwing over the community, because they're like gamers, they care about the community. Their priority is for the benefit of the players, right? And they're okay with making it like a loss leader. They're okay with losing money on it as long as it boosts the overall, player base, and they understand community management. But I also, will admit that a lot of these, media rights and all that stuff, they do benefit a lot in terms of bringing in brands and, not putting all of the revenue very top heavy on the publishers. But did anyone else want to jump in on that, or? Good. Okay. Well then, I guess I want to hit up on, since half this panel is like working with or is Gen G, I wanted to tackle a little bit about, what Gen G is doing with you guys. So Eugenia, I know Gen G's been partnering with a lot of college programs and supporting them in various ways. Can you talk a little about the programs? And then I'd love to hear from the administrators, like how is Gen G activating or helping you guys at your campuses?
I'll admit that we're a little picky with the schools that we want to work with, but at Gen G, it's really important that, first of all, the administrators are on the side of the students, and that's stemming from the fact that Gen G, we actually operate a high school in Korea. We, of course, have our partnership with the University of Kentucky, Eastern Michigan, but our partnerships all extend all the way down to middle school students, and it's very, very important to us that we all have that shared language around we will only do things that will support student careers in STEM, whether that's exploration, practice, portfolio building, or ultimately internships and final career pathway success, whether the landing the job. I think finding that right partner is not always super easy, but I'm excited to share that we have internships with students at University of Kentucky and Eastern Michigan. We've hosted conferences like the Network Conference, which happened during the pandemic, that highlighted the variety of careers you can find from your traditional major applied into the gaming space, like communication, journalism. I think we're really excited about the fact that we get to actually place our Tigers Gen G NBA 2K team at the university so they can see what it's like to be a college student while also participating in an esports league. We're excited to be able to continue to do all of these programs.
Awesome. And just to gas up Eugenia a little bit, she was originally at TESPA, which is Blizzard's, collegiate organization, and then she also built the Corsair student program, which brought in a lot of interns to help with that, gave a lot of people opportunities. So, just a little background. But yeah, Heath, do you want to talk about Gen G?
Yeah, we're really fortunate. When we met Gen G, it was inside, I've mentioned 5 years, it was inside the first 2 years or so of kind of the exploration we were doing on campus. They hadn't hired Eugenia yet, but they got smart and they did that eventually. But when we met them, we were making lists of questions of things we wanted to understand about the space. It was pretty cool. Our CFO, who is the chief of staff for our president, so one of the more influential decision makers on our campus, left our first meeting with Gen G and said, I feel like we're looking in a mirror. For somebody on a campus to say that about, at that time, an esports gaming organization, that made a lot of people pay attention, because for him to say that showed he was serious about it, and that he gave a lot of credibility to what he had heard in the room of the 2 hours of brainstorming and discussing who Gen G was and who we were at the University of Kentucky. So, we've leveraged Gen G through a lot of learning. We've also programmatically tried to think really broad, and Gen G brings a perspective, certainly as a professional esports organization with different teams, but they also bring what I kind of call the secret sauce of the intellectual property of human beings and people that can help us think, can help us be connected. It's a reason why we're here, is because of folks like Eugenia and Julian and others on that team that have really just helped us to continue to stay kind of ear to the ground on the space. And we're very excited that COVID feels like it might be a bit in our rearview mirror, at least the beginnings of that, so that we can do more, of this getting out and working with Gen G on things that are more in person and not just remote.
Gotcha. Charles?
So at EMU, we kind of have these, amongst the EMU esports program, is kind of the three prongs of what we want for our program: community, education, and competition. And Gen G's been great on working with all three of those. So if we talk about community, they've been great with us getting us prizes for different tournaments for students, as well as people outside the community. Competition, they were able to say, for example, have our Overwatch team play with and learn from their Gen G Academy coaches and learn about a bit more how competitive Overwatch is played in that level. Also with the education part, Eugenia talked about the workshop, as well as getting people to talk to our students about what they are in esports, what they're doing with themselves in the industry, and helping towards different classes about getting towards side classes or one credit courses, understanding the industry of esports as a whole. And I think, they've done such a good job with the three values of EMU esports to help us enhance it, to get it better. And we still have things to really move up on, but with Gen G, they really worked harder throughout the years to see how we can do that in all three categories.
Gotcha. And since we're addressing like a student population, I'm guessing a lot of people are at least have like an interest in working with the gaming industry. I guess this would be for people who were most recently students, but if any of you guys want to jump in too. So how well did collegiate esports, like being a collegiate esports leader, prepare you for for your industry careers? What did you learn that actually directly applied to your current job, and what are some things that you wish you could have learned in the collegiate space that you think that those areas could be filled? I guess Eugenia, if you want to start.
Gosh, well, as much as I loved the Boston University Marine program and I got to play with a lot of fish, it did not really prepare me for this life. But I was the club president of the Boston University, at the time, PC Gaming Club. They've now expanded. We were hosting events. We were hosting panels. We were working with a lot of the other schools in the region to create a Boston network of colleges that were in esports. And I think that a lot of the things I was doing directly translate to the work that I'm doing today, where I am teaching students how to make sponsorships decks. I'm teaching them how to do networking. When is the right time to approach a speaker, and when is the right time to walk away when you're done with the conversation? I'm teaching students how to actually host events, everything from IT networking, working with your administration to secure a venue, and ultimately to create a really strong, positive experience for your students. Everything you're doing now in college is something you could apply. Let's say you're an IT student, but you want to work in marketing. That's okay. Your IT degree is probably teaching you a lot of technical project management skills that can be transferred over. I think college is a great time to just network, meet new people, and learn how to apply skills you're learning in the classroom into any other personal project that you'd like to explore.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think as students who have, maybe you've never worked in a real industry before, it's pretty intimidating. You feel like you're coming with a gap of knowledge. Honestly, from a collegiate esports perspective, what you're doing collegiate esports is just a smaller version of what you'd be doing in the industry. It a lot of the event hosting and sponsorship decks, it directly translates. I will say that some students are better at sponsorship decks than some professionals I've seen. So yeah, the real world is not that scary, and people are a lot more incompetent than you think they are, and you could probably do a way better job. But Chris?
Like Eugenia, I was a non-tech major in college. I was a political science major, and I am clearly not doing political science right now. Collegiate esports really turned my career around, both as a student. It helped put me in shape. The baseline encouragement of a minimum GPA actually encouraged me to do well in my classes where I was unmotivated at times. I also learned how to manage a large organization of people, which is a skill they don't teach you in college. You can't take a class on leadership and really understand what that responsibility entails until you walk into a room and there are 120 people looking at your face. Public speaking, discipline, business management, brand management, all of these tertiary, what I would call hard and soft skills came from my time in collegiate esports, and I'd say those are some of the skills that have served me the best in my postgraduate experience.
Ed?
Yeah, I have a couple. So the first is knowing how to identify an opportunity. So it's kind of like the knowing where to be, where the people you want to meet are. So like all of you that are here right now, you knew that PAX East was a valuable event to come to because the opportunity that coming here presents itself. You might be able to network with me, Dylan, everyone on this panel because we're able to help you in some way. Another is leadership sorry. Oh yeah, so in the club space, you're able to use it as a platform to kind of make mistakes. And so bringing that experience to the real world where you're more seasoned will be super valuable. In my experience as a software engineer major or computer science major, I'm able to identify more of the technological limitations of things and be able to apply that, whether it's communication with business people or also just translating it back to the engineers and people that you work on the tech side. And I'd say the most valuable experience I got from college was being able to network. Everyone is just trying to meet other people, and I think that a lot of the nervousness you get by maybe you're a first year student, you think that you might not have something to offer, but honestly, you don't really know your own potential unless you just reach out, and you actually know a lot more than you do.
Yeah, and just to kind of add on to that, as students, if you're trying to get into industry, like most industry veterans have a soft spot for students, so it's way harder to get a meeting if you're like a full-on adult and you're trying to get like a business meeting. But if you're a student who just like wants to work in the gaming industry, you'd be surprised by like how many people are willing to talk to you or how many people are willing to like network with you at like, you know, events on Discord and, you know, live and stuff like that. You know, people want to help you, but if you're out there for like business deals or like outside of, you know, college or something like that, it can get a little bit harder. But yeah, so I think we're gonna open it up to Q&A if anyone has. Okay. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So I started as a grad assistant here. So I was a graduate student at EMU, and I got the job to work that and being a grad student. So in my ways, it's like collegiate esports kind of laid on me in that sense, even though I was doing youth esports for a few years before that. And I'm an old student. I'm 33 years old. I was one of the older students amongst the grad students program. But what really helped me was collaborating and really understanding different parts of the university of what they want from it. For example, one of our first projects, besides even the tournaments, after that with EMU was getting towards a space and how can we utilize it, and also really getting towards what other people in our university can use it for. And I always talked about how it can help build, how gaming can help build morale, no matter who you are. And one of the things was getting our athletic directors for the athletic program down to play Counter-Strike for the first time on our computers, doing those type of things that be able to collaborate, help build morale in different ways, have fun, to enjoy themselves. And again, for me too, even being full-time in this position now from my grad years, I still have technical things that I have to work on and things that I could really help towards enhancing it. But the biggest thing was understanding that you want to make your program an asset for the university. You want to make it important for them enough to know that the students are such passionate about it, they put their time, they're invested, that it will grow back towards the administrations and then they say, hey, let's do a little bit more with that.
Gotcha. So that's pretty much it for the questions. If anyone has any questions of their own that they want to ask the panelists, I think we have a mic somewhere. Like up there, yeah. If you want to come up, ask some questions. It can be anything. It can just be about the industry, about opportunities, whatever. But yeah, feel free to come up and ask some questions.
And if I can just chime in with one last thing as people line up. The work that you guys are doing on campus is really, really valuable, not only to your university, to your peer students looking for somewhere to go, but also to you. Hosting my first event in the school ballroom after moving from the dorm room to the ballroom was way harder than hosting the Nimble Neuron booth here at PAX. And the things that I did here for the Nimble Neuron booth at PAX is directly scaled from the work that I did at my university. And the work that I did at my university landed me my first job in the industry. So know that the things you're doing today are not only good for your community, but also for yourselves, and that I hope you really throw your energy into everything that you're doing and that you have a really good time while doing it. It should be fun.
Awesome. Yeah, go ahead.
So
have a couple questions. The first one's a bit multifaceted about the talent scouting pipeline. In traditional sports, the collegiate scouts through high school, and then the pros would scout through the collegiate system. Because of the multimedia aspect and the width of the esports platform and the immaturity of the system, how does that current scouting process work? Or if there's one in place?
I'm not too much on the competitive side. I have some visibility, but I don't know if anybody else can have.
I could speak on this.
Go for it.
Within the recruiting segment here, there are a couple of endemic and industry tools that we use. There are a number of 3POs or third-party operators that do the work themselves and try to build the communities themselves, because the developers do not assist in this manner, largely for privacy laws. Because a developer is not going to hand out information on high school students, for example, to any third party. It's against the law. But there is definitely a bottleneck right now in between high school to college in terms of the students that need to be recruited and the number of programs that are currently recruiting at a certain level. Quite frankly, in the League of Legends world, there are not enough college-eligible challenger players right now, and that is a bottleneck from Riot, as well as a bottleneck from NA. And so the schools that are able to do so on, like, say, a full ride have a leg up on, even if you're a Division I school that doesn't offer a scholarship. And so we see a lot of those competitive schools are actually smaller private institutions that are focusing more on the competitive side, that are able to make their mark in that way. And then you have another bottleneck, which is the matriculation of college students into pro. Because, as Eugenia mentioned here earlier, we kind of have a reverse, where college players, pro players retire and go back to college. But why would they do otherwise? They are making more money, they are building their brand, and they are working in industry, and some pro teams will scout them as young as 17. And other pro teams will be very transparent and say that they may not want to recruit a college student because that college student has other priorities other than being the absolute best player, such as getting A's, having a social life, paying rent, basic things that we as human beings do. So there's a lot of progress that needs to be done to fill those gaps, and the first way to do so is to create greater visibility from the students who want to compete, and also creating better pathways to showcase the prowess of the students that come out of the programs to the pro teams. And I think Eugenia and what Gen G is doing is a really phenomenal example of a pro team that is getting engaged at the grassroots level.
And I'll just add onto this, there are high school esports leagues, and coaches do pay attention to them. There's a number of third parties who create high school combines where there's like tournaments and stuff like that. And then pro teams like Gen G and Cloud9, they have things like training grounds where high school players can basically like play under a Cloud9 training grounds coach, and that's another way to kind of get visibility and stuff. But yeah.
To that point, because the pipeline is seemingly at the moment running around collegiate athletes for esports, is there a concern with the size of the league, having smaller amounts of teams and smaller amounts of players per team, to enable the collegiate players to move up into a higher position?
So let's first take a grander scheme look of things. There's about 4,400 higher institutions here in the U.S. serving colleges and universities, right? 400 are NCAA Division I or so, give or take every year. And nearly all of those Division I schools, for their main sport, whether it be hockey like here in Boston or football down in the South, basketball in California, they're offering full-ride scholarships. There's 400 programs total here in the United States that includes varsity, intramural, academic, rec IM, and of those, that group that serves full scholarships is less than 1% of that. And so the sheer percentage here is not at the same scale. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. It's like a 10% ratio. And so if we take a step back, I think schools that are not that 1% are looking for very well-rounded students that add to the full fabric of their university. You know, even at the University of Kentucky, I met up with some of their basketball players, and they did huge this season. They did fantastic. And they were talking about there's a lot of pressure on me this season because I have to perform well, but I also have to go to every class and I have to actually take my finals. And oh my God, I got a B last fall, so I really need an A this time or I can't play basketball next season. There are a lot of things that are putting pressures on schools to find well-rounded students. So it's much less and less about scouting for esports and finding the right people who already exist in your school and can add to the fabric of your community, not necessarily about competitive wins, because the viewership, the value, and the sponsorships for winning a championship series is not really there. So the value prop is very, very different.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we have time for other questions, but yeah, thank you for your question, really appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Lauren Weiner. I'm from Syracuse University Esports. In regards to what you said earlier about how only 33% of programs are in athletics, and also in regards to earlier what you said about the standardization of the media ownership for games and companies, like who owns what game, who can produce what game tournaments, how do you believe that affects the varsityization of esports teams? Do you believe the future of esports teams in collegiate spheres are more community run by the students, or do you believe that there's going to eventually have to be some sort of standardized varsity format as we get more serious in the collegiate sphere?
For me, I think my main concern about that is if basically varsity programs are really struggling with revenue right now, sustainability. So if everything is completely owned by publishers, which it is, probably will in the long term. I think right now, the best model, and maybe it has its own problems too, but Riot basically has its own its own league, and it has partner conferences. So it partners with I don't watch sports, but they partner with the big athletic conferences for collegiate, and I think that might be a source of revenue to kind of disperse things. But my main concern is revenue right now to just sustainability of varsity programs. But I don't think that I think that there's less student-run leagues now compared to our day, just because there's so many professional ones being run right now. So they're just mainly focused on, just competing and holding their in-house lands and stuff like that. But does anyone else have any answers to that question?
I know you spoke to this a little bit earlier. I would say, on the whole, I think collegiate esports over the next couple of years probably would do better to step back a little bit and realize how good it is right now. So there are aspects of this maturity that can happen, and I feel like Chris and you, Gina, you both kind of said this in different ways earlier, but there are aspects of where this can go. If a publisher, let's say Riot, for example, if that league were to continue to grow to a point where it was rivaling a big sport in college. I mean, gymnastics is a huge sport on college campuses today. You wouldn't think of it as a revenue-generating sport, but go to a campus in February to a gymnastics event. It's massive. You probably got 10, 15,000 people showing up to that. Is these sports, like esports, if a game grows to that type of popularity, and the eyeballs from the media rights holders who are paying attention, but they turn from watching to, we want to own it and control it, and the NCAA does at some point in the future, if they still exist, want to get involved. You start to have a lot of parameters and requirements and obligations that can change the community. So I think there's going to be, there are a lot of things to be determined, but I think there's going to be an opportunity in the nearer term to continue to build on the community aspects of this that support the competitive gaming that's still very organic. And there's still a lot of really cool things that students are able to do in that organic enterprise.
And just to add one more thing, I think that adding on to the whole revenue issue, right now I work with brands to sponsor arenas and stuff. To be honest, the majority of the value in a varsity program isn't in the varsity program, it's in the community. How big is your club? How many eyes can you put on my product? There's, for small universities who are getting first place in the National League of Legends tournament, honestly, brands care a little bit, but they're mainly looking at the club. So right now, all the value is just like heavy set on the club itself, and maybe on the arena if there's like events being run through the arena. The varsity program itself and like the competitive stuff, honestly, doesn't have too much sponsorship value where they're willing to pay big bucks or anything like that. They'll give you like a bulk discount or something like that. But yeah, that's like one way that's really. I think that varsity programs and these on-campus programs, they need to learn how to do sponsorships, because a lot of them, even if they are getting sponsored, they're not even really like doing anything for the brands. They're like, they may get like $100,000 from MSI and they don't even have MSI on the banner, and then they may have landed that sponsorship for that year, but they're for those 4 years, but they're not going to get it back. I've seen a lot of sponsorships get canceled at like major universities. It's because these athletic directors, these esports directors, they may know how to manage, their teams and all that stuff, but they don't know how to bring value to brands. And then and there's a lot of complaints, we don't get paid enough, or there's not enough money. They need to learn that side of the industry. And I think there just hasn't been enough diving into that. But yeah, hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, so there are a lot of schools that are really, really good, top 100 schools, and they still have issues getting funding from their own universities, because the reality is that esports is kind of a money sink. What kind of data can you take to the people who fund these programs to show them that it is beneficial for these programs to exist without actually creating a monetary income?
I can take a stab at this. Shameless plug, you can download the Trends in Collegiate Esports free report for the year 2021. We have a lot of information on exactly that question, the value proposition of esports as an enterprise on a university campus. But there are 3 value propositions.
Oh, wait, let me, before you, we're running a little bit low on time, so let's like make snappy answers.
I can always talk to him later too.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, go ahead, Chris, sorry.
We'll keep it very fast. The most important answer that you should be able to give your administration is that esports programs drive enrollment, and enrollment drives tuition-based revenue, which is a profit center to your university. I'd say 92% of esports programs are profit centers for the universities. Clean and simple.
If you can get like 10 students to join the university just because of the esports program, that's like $100,000, $200,000. But I'm just going to say 3 words. FOMO. Universities are really conscious not to fall behind. I've seen like Texas A&M is, they're working on their esports program because UT Austin is already building it, and they just don't want to be left behind. 2 career opportunities, like when people go to the career center and want to work on esports and they have no opportunities, that's a huge thing. I'm working with like the business school at UT Austin right now to address that as well, and then also like the tuition stuff. But yeah, sorry. Hopefully that answers most of your question. But yeah, I think that's time. But anything else? Or?
That was my question, but
Okay, feel free to, sorry we didn't have time for, I probably should have managed the time a little bit better, but yeah, feel free to ask questions like after the thing, but thanks so much for coming, guys, and staying for our whole panel, and yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.